protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm. Ouch.
Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. And ground was broken today on a new hotel in Bridgeport. A ceremony was held today to mark the beginning of construction on the Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. The 6-story hotel will feature over 140 rooms and views of Steel Point Marina, offering direct access to I-95, Metro North, and Amtrak. Governor Ned Lamont joined Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and other public officials at the groundbreaking earlier today along East Main Street. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13, and on the southbound side of 91, more road work from exits 10 through 9. Stay left to get around it. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound in North Haven, road work from exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is out. And Route 8 on the southbound side, road work from exit 24 down to 21. Right lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I often wonder when we get stories like the Costa Diamantis trial, which you just heard from our Chris Williams over there in the newsroom, Mr. Diamantis guilty on several charges. You know, I always sit here and I wonder, here being wherever I am at the moment, I wonder, why do people do this? And that's what I want to open with today, because most of us, the vast majority of us, and I know that we've been kind of fascinated by this Diamantis case because he was once a state legislator and he was once in the budget office for Governor Ned Lamont, although there's no evidence that anybody in the legislature knew what was going on. There's no evidence that anyone in the governor's office knew what was going on. I guess when the governor found out that Diamantis was going to be in trouble here, he ended up firing him from his position. Okay, I get that. I understand that. But I start with this question because I think it's a simple one, but sometimes I was taught a long time ago that the simple questions can be the best ones. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. So I ask this, and I put this on our Facebook page at facebook.com/WICC 600 and Voice of CT. Why do some people with power and influence take bribes, even though they often get caught? Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, geez, Paul, the obvious answer here is, well, they have power and influence. I get that. I understand it. But do the power and influence cloud our judgment so severely that, as a good friend of mine often says in these cases, you didn't think you were going to get caught? And it's not like this is the first time. We've seen this in the Diamantis case. We see it on the municipal level. Former Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim has been, a victim of this. Governor John Rowland, I guess former Governor John Rowland twice. You don't just see it here in Connecticut. You see it, for lack of a better term, all over the place. Is there a part of our psyche that, if we had attained some sort of grandeur or some sort of high-level position, that suddenly we're not going to get judged here? So you tell me. We'll start off with this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And some people do this multiple times. Now, again, we're a second-chance society, although it's likely Mr. Diamantis is going to get hit with a whopper of a sentence or sentences on all these charges. But, I often sit here and think that, and we've joked about, people have said, oh, you should run for office. No. Unless I became independently wealthy like Ned Lamont and could have some fun and spend $30, $40, $50 million on a campaign, maybe I would do it then. But actually, no. But again, the point being, why do some people do this? Now, again, Mr. Diamantis in this case was not an elected official. But what is it about the human condition that even though you ascend to a higher station of life or station in life where obviously you're going to be under, what would be the term, a stricter magnification here, and yet you do something like this? Is it, and I don't mean to be pedantic here and to ask, no, you-know-what, Sherlock questions here, but is it the money? Is it the power? Is it a compensation for something that you never had in life? Because, again, we see it in this case. We, saw it in the Rowland cases twice. It was a scenario with Joe Ganim here, the current mayor of Bridgeport, after he was on this incredible uptick in the early 90s. You had a couple of former mayors, Bill Rado, as I remember, in Naugatuck, I think. He got pinched, twice, three times, twice, whatever that was? Why does that happen? Why does somebody, it's easy to just be flippant and say, oh, because they're crooked. But think about this. What makes somebody crooked? Maybe it is just the money. I don't know. I've never had thousands of dollars, never waved in my face. And at this rate where I am now at 64 years old, it's probably not going to happen. But you never know. But you tell me, in light of the verdicts today, and we'll be highlighting these on the news as we go on this afternoon with Chris Williams, in light of the verdicts handed down in the Costa Diamantis case, which I guess he could go to federal prison for years and years and years. It depends. We'll get into that later. But why do people do this? Honestly, why? I mean, it's easy to say, well, because they're powerful. All right. But why does it? Why? Why? If you've ascended to a position that gives you power and strength and at least the illusion of integrity, why ruin it? And I know money is the easy answer, but money may not be the reason. It may be, right, a symptom. Just the way if your knee hurts, the sickness or the debilitation with your knee is not the pain. The pain is a symptom. The pain is to alert you to say, hey, you're grinding, your knee is grinding, you've got tendon problems, disc problems, meniscus, whatever. You take care of that. Well, to me, the taking of the money here and doling out these favors or whatever, that's not the crime in and of itself. It's a symptom of something that people often fall prey to. What is that? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13, and on the southbound side of 91, more road work from exits 10 through 9. Stay left to get around it. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound in North Haven, road work from exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is out. And Route 8 on the southbound side, road work from exit 24 down to 21. Right lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer. No corruption here. No. I don't have enough influence. The people, hey, can we get Pacelli to our side? No. If anything, you want me on the other side. Good Lord. But sadly, right? Corrupticate again here. Costa Diamantis, a former deputy budget director, former state legislator too, found guilty today of using his position when he ran the state's school construction office to enrich himself and his family. Just one day of deliberation. That shows you, man, when you're just going a day on 21 counts of bribery. That means they all got in the jury room, looked at each other, and went, well, yeah, we can't come out yet. Let's hang here for anybody bring cards. Who's got a domino set? Backgammon? They took a day to say guilty on 21 counts. But in all seriousness, with all due respect to Mr. Diamantis, I don't know him. I don't know him from Adam. But, man, oh, man, he's facing 10 to 12 years in jail, a federal prison. Now, they'll send him to Danbury or something. I don't know. But you see cases like this. And I know I was guilty of joking about the construction business. I mean, I'm shocked. Bribes in the construction business? The next thing you're going to tell me is there are bribes in the waste management business. And there are Italians in the mafia. No, I'm not insinuating anything, seriously. But what makes somebody do this? Maybe it's money. I don't know. You read or hear cases. I didn't see anything in this case regarding that. But, sometimes you read and hear see cases about, well, it was the money that drew me in or whatever. But, man, oh, man, corrupticate again. Here we go. It's sad. You had this. You had the scenarios with Joe Gannon, with John Rowland, with William Rado, with Terrence Chang, Mr. Former head of the Connecticut State University system, $400K a year. He's ordering limousines, $60 steaks, and now he's got some soft job. I don't know, man. What makes people do this? Don't know. See, this is one reason why I couldn't. People say, oh, you should run for state rep. Why? So people can bribe me? And my son has to come visit me in Danbury in the lockup there? No. Let's start off with Ann in Milford. Ann, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? The reason he did this, because he's got power. He's got power over everybody. They must have been kissing his toes. What do you think? And wait a minute, I want to tell you, There is money missing in these schools. You haven't gone by Platt High School here in Milford.
Okay.
The school has been open, I think, 3 or 4 years, but they still cannot finish the field next to the school.
Really?
The field next to the school looks like, remember Spring Street in New Haven? Dump?
Boy, you're going back.
I want you to go by there, Paul. You could walk there. It's 2 miles from your radio station.
All right.
It's like a dump. It's got poison ivy growing. It's got poison sumac growing. It's like the dump.
And what's the reason they give for not finishing it? There's no money?
That's what I heard from one of the representatives around here.
Really?
No money. They're short of money.
Wow.
Oh, really? Oh, really? They bonded how much money to build a school, and they can't finish the front of the school. It looks like a dump.
Wow.
And someday you're gonna get on the radio and you're gonna. I'll listen when you say it. You know what? Ann was right. It looks like a dump.
And thank you for and by the way, Ann and Milford, thank you. Man, Spring Street in New Haven. Oh, boy, that's going back. Ann, thank you. Appreciate it. What makes people do this? And again, I'm not trying to stand in judgment of Mr. Diamantis as a person. I don't know the guy. I'll probably never meet him. But again, I have a dear radio friend of mine, and we used to sit in the same studio at the same station, and we'd see cases like this, and he would look at me and shake his head and go, "You're going to get caught." Might not be right away, but you're going to get caught. I don't know. Is it just the power? Is it just the money? I mean, but I'm so insecure. If somebody said, "Hey, Paul, listen, if you play ball with us here and you mention the right people on your radio station, give you $10,000. My first inclination is not, wow, what I could do clear up some credit cards with $10,000. My first inclination is, I'm going to get caught. They're going to dump me in a hole somewhere. Nobody will ever know what happened. Where's Paul? Jeez. He just disappeared one day. Joe in Trumbull is here. Joe, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Joe. Why do people do this? Why do people take money? Why do they take bribes, even if they get caught?
I think, in my opinion, because this triggered, I usually, I'll tell you the truth, I just started listening to you, and I enjoy your program. That's first number one.
Thank you.
And this what you just said, the topic really triggered me. So, and I was thinking as you were talking, and I'm like, truly, I think it's two categories. Well, now, like everybody's different.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does it for different reasons, right?
Yeah.
But I think like the general two categories that you have to think about, it's either the first category that somebody is doing this is because they're looking for money and power to increase their validity for that, or in this case that you're talking about, this gentleman, I don't know who this gentleman is, either myself, but I'm assuming he has money and power already. And I think the key phrase there is these guys that do this, that don't even need more money and power. I think it's the thrill of the race.
Maybe.
Is what I would say.
Maybe that, Joe, it's like, okay, I can pay my bills. Now what? Now I'm doing it because, hey, people are coming to me and I can cut them breaks. The breaks I never got, right? I can cut people breaks now,
Now, they should be smart enough to be in power and have money, knowing that, you know what? They should know, like, I could get caught for this. But
you think?
Again, it's just they have probably enough pull, power, and money that, you know what? If they do get caught, they'll figure it out something. Their power or money will settle it for them. And that's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Till the test of time.
Yeah, I mean, and Joe, good stuff there, Joe. Thank you. Appreciate it, and thanks for calling in the first time. I appreciate it. Yeah. Maybe there's just, and again, with all due respect to Mr. Diamantis, I'm not judging him. I never met the guy. I'm sure there's a reason he thought he could get away with it. I don't look to get into people's psyches or anything like that. But, I mean, look, it's one thing if maybe once in your life you help out a quote-unquote associate, all right, here's a couple of grand. You introduce me to the right people. I mean, there's a way to do that, And look, like I said last week and in the weeks of this case, I'm sure in the construction business, come on. In any other business, come on. You don't think, in just about any business, this happens. But to this point, 21 counts of bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and lying to the feds. Man, that's not knocking off a convenience store.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13. Also 91 southbound, more road work between exits 10 and 9. On the Wilbur Cross Route 15, northbound road work exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is blocked. And Route 8 southbound, construction between exits 24 and 21. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The government shutdown is now the second longest funding lapse in modern history. It's day 22. CBS's Torian Small on Capitol Hill.
Republicans are accusing Democrats of gaining favor with what they're calling the radical left side of their party. Democrats are accusing Republicans of looking to point the blame while washing their hands of any responsibility.
Vice President J.D. Vance met today with Israel's prime minister, part of a diplomatic blitz by the Trump administration. Holly Williams reports from Tel Aviv.
The Israeli media is reporting that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will also come here later this week. Make no mistake, U.S. officials are working very hard to try to keep the president's peace plan from being derailed.
Israeli lawmakers advanced 2 bills on annexing the occupied West Bank, something President Trump has made clear he will not back. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm. Ouch.
Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. There is an active murder investigation in Bridgeport in connection with the death of a 24-year-old woman. She was found unresponsive with severe injuries last night when officers responded around 9:30 to Black Rock Avenue for a report of an abandoned child on a porch. Police said Evelyn Rayo Marina was pronounced dead at St. Vincent's Medical Center. The child was taken to Bridgeport Hospital for evaluation. The 67-year-old man accused of stabbing a woman to death this week in Stratford has a prior history of violence. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto detailed Stanley Mulvey's history on Tuesday's Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
He's been arrested in other parts of the state as well as Stratford for a variety of incidents, including domestic violence, including assault on police officers. He's had quite a history of arrests.
Prosecutors say Mulvey killed 62-year-old Megan McShane in a home on Griffin Street Monday night. Mulvey was convicted earlier this year of charges related to a domestic violence incident involving McShane. He was also accused of lunging at police in Norwalk with knives in 2010. Mulvey is being held on $1 million bond. Early voting is now underway in cities and towns across Connecticut. State law requires each town to maintain an early voting polling place in the days before Election Day. In Stamford, officials reported over 100 people in the first several hours of early voting on Monday. Polling locations in each city and town can be found on the Secretary of the State's website. The bankrupt owner of 3 Connecticut hospitals owes the state $127 million in back taxes. Prospect Medical Holdings reportedly owes hospital provider taxes on Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals going back 3 years. The most recent filing in the bankruptcy case makes no mention of the current fiscal year's taxes, meaning the amount owed could be much higher. The state appears ready to forgive some of the tax debt to help transition the hospitals to new owners. The state has approved 15 of the 19 traffic enforcement cameras proposed by the city of New Haven. 11 of the 15 approved cameras will be at red lights and 4 will be speed enforcement cameras. The red light cameras will be installed at intersections where vehicles frequently run the lights and cause crashes. The speed enforcement cameras will be on Fountain Street, Sherman Parkway, Townsend Avenue, and Route 80. Legislative leaders are proposing that the property tax credit be increased to $1,000.
So we believe that we should be focusing on providing this relief, which has been long overdue.
The current property tax credit residents can claim on their returns is $300. The plan would also increase the income limits for taxpayers to receive the full credit, making 800,000 more residents eligible. House Republican leader Vin Candelora and other leaders say property owners in many towns are seeing huge tax increases because of soaring property values, and this should help ease the pain.
Revaluation since COVID has caused a crisis for homeowners. Tax bills are reaching a level of mortgage payments, and we are seeing school-aged mom and dads actually going out and voting to reject budgets that are hurting our education funds because people can't afford to pay these taxes any longer.
It would be funded with $500 million surplus dollars. And Avelo Airlines is buying 50 new airplanes as it plans to expand service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport and in other cities. Avelo is spending over $4 billion to purchase 50 Embraer E195-E2 aircraft, with the first jets expected to arrive in early 2027. The Brazilian jet maker uses Connecticut-made Pratt & Whitney engines to power this model of airplane. The E195-E2 is considered to be one of the quietest and fuel-efficient commercial planes that are available. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13. Also 91 southbound, more road work between exits 10 and 9. On the Wilbur Cross Route 15, northbound road work exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is blocked. And Route 8 southbound, construction between exits 24 and 21. Right lane is blocked. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, verdict coming down earlier today in a federal corruption, bribery, and extortion trial. It was actually heard in Bridgeport. It wasn't on the front minds of a lot of people because there was no live video of this in a Bridgeport courtroom, but Costa Diamantis, who got in trouble now for, I guess you can't say alleged, guilty of extortion, bribery when he ran the state office that handles school construction, found guilty on 21 counts. Why do people do this? That's my question here. Somebody, I want to make sure I get this right. Hang on, I just want to click back over because I saw this, and I put this question up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. Why do some people with power and influence take bribes, even though they often get caught? And our listener, Paul, who often writes in, said they're chasing risk. Is that what it is? Do you get to such a relatively lofty position, right? And maybe you can pay your bills, maybe you can, but you got your bills paid or whatever. And is it like you want to be? And please, I'm not alluding to any involvement with organized crime, but is it that you want your life to be The Sopranos? Right? You want your life to be Goodfellas and Casino? Those movies? Is that what you want? Is it the thrill of the risk or the risk of the thrill? Ray Donovan, that was another great show. Think about that. What do you think? Why do people do this? Even though the more they probably do it, the greater chance is you're going to get caught. I mean, with the propensity of most people not to keep their pie holes shut, why would somebody do this? I don't know. Did he need the money? I know some people that have done stuff like that because they get in too deep and, things happen. Jose in Shelton is here at 20 before the hour. Jose, good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing? I'm checking in from beautiful, sunny Shelton.
Yeah.
Here's why politicians are corrupt.
Yeah.
It's a very simple word. I'm sure you and your audience has heard this.
Yeah.
It's called greed.
Yeah, I guess.
Say it again for me. Say it out loud.
Is it always greed, Jose, or is it power, too?
It's greed. Greed equals power. Greed, power, and that they're entitled to it. But greed is number one. You ever watch that show, Greed?
Yeah, I caught it once or twice, but I don't watch a lot of TV. But, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's called, Paul, I'm going to say it again slowly.
All right.
Greed. They have good government jobs. He was probably making $250 a year.
Yeah, probably.
Free health care, free everything, take-home vehicle. And he got greedy because he felt he was entitled to this.
And maybe, Jose, the more you get away with stuff with the greed, you say, hey, they're not going to get me. I got everything covered, right? The problem, though, is, Jose, anybody... See, that's why I would never do this, because somebody's going to open their mouth. Somebody's going to talk.
Let me ask you a question, Paul, about greed.
Yeah.
How much greed do you think is happening at the federal level right now?
Oh, it's all over the place.
No, don't say all over the place.
Yeah.
On the federal side, do you think any greed is happening as we speak?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, you see it right in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
But how come you never mention that greed?
Oh, you mean Trump and the Republicans?
Well, you answered your own question.
Well, no, here's my theory on that, Jose. Here's my theory. Both sides love... Both sides... No, here's the deal.
The only narrative you see is Fox narrative.
Here we go. Now, Jose, here's the bottom line. Both sides love money, okay? The Republicans admit it. Democrats, you got guys like Bernie Sanders out there bitching and moaning about money. He's got 3 houses and he's a multimillionaire. So they all love it, Jose. They all love it.
Every member of Congress is a multi-millionaire.
Yeah,
You know what You know what the description of a millionaire is?
What's that?
Let me tell you
from your experience, because you hang around with
experience, you know what it is?
You hang around with those big dollar guys.
Value over $1 million.
Yeah, it's a millionaire technically, but that's not right.
That makes you a millionaire.
Yeah, technically, but I don't buy that.
So everybody in Congress is not only a millionaire.
Yeah.
They're all multi-millionaires.
Well, Jose,
can't relate to the rest of us.
Jose,
they can't relate.
Those are the kind of people you hang out with. I know your kind. Come on, you're rolling in it. Come on.
I just came from South Carolina.
There
what
he
a
goes.
beautiful state.
Well, you see, that's what I mean.
South Carolina got farms. Beautiful state. You know what's beautiful in South Carolina?
What? You tell me.
People.
Yeah, well.
The people are down to earth. They're simple people.
All right, Jose, I appreciate the perspective there. All right, Bob, you hang on. We'll be to you after this on WICC in the land of millionaires.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13. Also 91 southbound, more road work between exits 10 and 9. On the Wilbur Cross Route 15, northbound road work exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is blocked. And Route 8 southbound construction between exits 24 and 21. Right lane is blocked. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
All right, sorry, dear. The Acosta Diamantis trial is now at least done for this section of it. He might appeal. But Acosta Diamantis found guilty today in Bridgeport. All charges here, 21 counts of bribery, extortion, conspiracy, lying to the feds. Facing 10 to 12 to 14 years in jail. He was a former state rep. I guess none of those years figured into this. He was a former assistant budget director for the Lamont administration. That wasn't in question here. It was happening. I guess these things happened. Well, you can't say allegedly now because he was proven guilty when he was overseeing the state school construction office to enrich himself and his family, says here. And yes, the state has a designated office for certain aspects of school construction, if school funds are used, state funds rather, in all this. And the vast majority of these big new schools, you know, an elementary school or a high school can run in tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a combination of some loans, local money, and state money as well. And, you know, there was a thought maybe he could weasel out of some of this, saying, well, look, at least he and Norm Pattis were creative here, saying, well, these weren't bribes. These were, you know, consulting fees. I help connect people and we network and they just give me envelopes of cash. See, that's another thing. You're all right, let's say allegedly, I guess it was proven here, you're allegedly taking envelopes of cash. It was proven, whatever. Why do people do that? And I know why. Because it's a lot of money in an envelope. Cash is cash. Cash is king. The green Jesus, the dead presidents. I get that. I understand that. But what is it about people who continue to do that? And I guess, do they get past a point where even if they think they're going to get caught, they don't care? Now, I understand if you have a drug problem. I understand if you're in deep with the wrong kind of people. That stuff is always out there. But why do it in the first place? Unless you have problems and you need cash. And we've seen and heard that over the years in these bribery cases. Hey, I was in deep. I had debt. I was a gambling debt, whatever. So I funnel money through my business. Okay, I guess. But let's assume I don't know if we heard that in this case or not. But having said that, again, I keep referring back to this gentleman. An old radio friend of mine would say they're going to get caught. What are they doing? What makes somebody think that this is okay? Or do they just write it out maybe and say, you know what? Screw it. F this. I don't care. If they catch me, they catch me. I've been on Earth for 60 or 70 years. Let them come at me. I'll get a reduced sentence. It's a federal charge. I'm not going to end up with rapists and murderers. They just put me in Danbury, maybe in a federal prison. I don't know. I don't know. But you see the whole corrupticate thing. You see it happen in this case, with the Terrence Cheng case, with what happened to Joe Ganim, with what happened twice to former Governor Rowland, William Rado, the past mayor, I think, of Naugatuck 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, Buddy Cianci in Providence, on and on and on. It's strange. It's strange. Maybe it's power. Is it? Maybe it's more power than money. I don't know. Believe me, I've never been in a position to weigh either and see which is more important to me, excessive power or excessive cash, because I have neither. Bob is here. Bob, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul.
Yes.
Two things.
Yeah.
Power, I agree with you totally on that.
Yeah.
Position and connections.
Mm.
And a lot of it doesn't even have to be done with envelopes. This is the American way. I mean, you know, you have people like our real kings, not Trump. Schumer, 45 years in Congress, or, you know, senator, whatever. And McConnell, 40 years. Pelosi, 39. Maxine Waters, 38. Bernie, 35. And these are all multi-millionaires, some of them in the hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
Do you think this thing is just to the where do you think the local politicians watch? I mean, they see these people getting away with murder, and all these people do, Paul, is spend our money frivolously in many senses. So back to the power and the position. I'm with you. I mean, it's got to be just power, position, and they feel they can do it. I don't think a lot of politicians do it.
No, I don't think a lot do.
I mean, you know, like I said, they already have the power.
Yeah.
They have the means to. connections. It's all about connections.
I guess, Bob, I guess there must, and look, we're all different. We all have different psyches. And I have heard from people who I've interviewed, not necessarily locally around here, but people who've written books about this stuff who've gotten in trouble for this. And they've told me over the 40 years I've been doing shows like this, saying, and I would ask them, was it the money or the power? And almost to a person, they say it started to be the money, but after a while, when the money wasn't an issue anymore, it started to be the intoxication of the power, that people were coming to me and saying, hey, could you do this for me?
Wow. It's got to be tempting, but boy, if you take a position like that, you just can't do it. It's crazy.
It doesn't. Bob, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call. Bob in Weston there. Bob, thank you. Yeah. Now, here I am, some dumb, pudgy, white suburban get off my lawn guy saying, I would never do it. Well, I don't think I would. I think by the grace of God, I probably wouldn't. But, would somebody offer that to me in another way? Now, Bob just said it's interesting that you have people, and still we allow members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to trade stocks, and their family can do this while they're in Congress. Again, I think there's another bipartisan bill out there to prevent this. It doesn't look like it's going somewhere. And again, to me, unless something is outlawed, it's not outlawed, then it's legal to do it. So listen, as long as the law says, and I think I've been pretty consistent on this. If your money is not ill-gotten gains, then I don't care. It's none of my business. Long as you can prove that it's not ill-gotten gains, that you abided by the law, that's fine. But, that's not the case here. But again, as one of our callers just said, as Bob just said, maybe it's not always done with money. Maybe it's like, in D.C., for example. Now, there have been cases of bribery over the years, scam and all that. Remember that? They made a movie based on that. I forgot what it was, but I did see it. It's a good movie. A-list cast. A buddy of mine was actually an extra in that movie. The movie escapes me now. But he was an extra in that movie, had a couple of lines, and his lines were cut out, so his SAG-AFTRA checks are much less than they would have been if Jennifer Lawrence was in the movie. I forgot. In fact, he had a couple of lines, an old radio buddy of mine. He had a couple of speaking lines with Jennifer Lawrence, and they got cut out. And he goes, well, there it is. Now I get like nothing when the movie is shown again. I would have gotten something beforehand. But anyway, I digress. So there we go, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 north and southbound road work between exits 12 and 13. Also 91 southbound, more road work between exits 10 and 9. On the Wilbur Cross Route 15, northbound roadwork exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Left lane is blocked. And Route 8 southbound construction between exits 24 and 21. Right lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
So the guy that used to run the state of Connecticut's school construction office that would funnel millions of dollars on these mega school projects, you know how expensive these things can be. Well, he's guilty on 21 counts of bribery, conspiracy, extortion, and lying to federal investigators. 69-year-old Costa Diamantis, a former state lawmaker and a former high-ranking official in the governor's budget office, although there's no evidence the governor knew about what happened to him when he ran the school's office, and when the governor found out what was going on, he fired him. So good on him. Why do people do this? Are they, as one of my listeners said, are they chasing a thrill? Do they want their lives to be an episode of Ray Donovan or The Sopranos here, or a mob movie? And I'm not insinuating any mob connections here. But if it's not money, what is it? Matt in Fairfield with about a minute to go. Matt, what's up with you?
Minute's all I need, Paul.
Yeah.
You know, it may sound pessimistic, but I think what we listen to in the news and what you hear on the radio is the tip of the iceberg. And whether they are criminal characters or they're greedy, for me, that's not half the point. The point is they see it going on all over the place, and they roll the dice and they say, what's the chances I'm going to get caught?
Yeah.
All these other people are getting away with it.
Yeah, which means maybe I'm a wimp, Matt, because I would never, ever. I mean, look, if somebody wants to buy me lunch, that's about it. Anything over a $10 sandwich, anything, Matt, and thank you for the call, Matt, appreciate it. Anything over a $10 sandwich, hey, but I can see somebody coming to my office, hey, Paul, you want to do lunch? Oh, okay, but it's got to be a $10 sandwich. That's it. It's all right, Paul, you won't get caught. Yes, no French fries either. A glass of water, a cup of coffee, and a sandwich. Or as my aunt used to say, a nice sandwich. I have no guts. No guts, no glory. Matt, thank you. Yeah. Maybe, and again, I'm trying to be careful here. I don't know what motivated Mr. Diamantis. I have no idea, and frankly, that's none of my business. It's something he has to deal with. But how about that? 21 counts. Bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and lying to the feds.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 22 of the government shutdown, the second longest funding lapse in modern history. Here's correspondent Natalie Brand.
Furloughed federal workers are turning to food banks.
We don't know when it's going to end, and I need to pay my bills, and we need this to hurry up and, be over with.
But the two sides aren't budging, with Republicans saying they will not negotiate health care until Democrats reopen the government.
There is growing scrutiny of the president's remodeling plans at the White House. Our Jennifer Jacobs has the latest.
The East Wing, as we knew it, is gone. This demolition project was much more dramatic than we first understood. That has historic preservationists very concerned. Some of them, including a National Trust for Historic Preservation, would like to put a pause on the demolition. It seems like it's too late for that. It's just gone.
President Trump is hosting the NATO Secretary General at the White House this afternoon to discuss a European peace plan for Ukraine. Russia stepped up its attacks on Ukraine yesterday, as Ramy Inocencio reports.
Russia let loose across Ukraine just hours after Trump suspended that expected meeting with President Putin in Budapest and in Kharkiv, which is just about half an hour from the border with Russia. We've been there. A drone strike hit a kindergarten. Fire and rescue rushed to that school and were able actually to save all of those children and to evacuate all of them.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is heading to Israel this week, according to a senior State Department official. He's just the latest administration official to head to the region amid growing worries about the Gaza peace plan and whether Hamas will disarm. Longtime diplomat Dennis Ross.
The only problem here is Hamas said they won't disarm, but they said they accept the 20 points. Well, if you accept the 20 points, one of those points is disarmament and demilitarization. As I said, that's the key to Israeli withdrawal. That's the key to reconstruction.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the military has launched another strike on a drug vessel, this time in the Eastern Pacific. The other strikes have been in the Caribbean. An increasing number of home buyers getting cold feet. Business reporter Jason Brooks has the story.
Redfin reports that more than 53,000 home purchase agreements were canceled in September, up nearly 14% compared to a year ago, and accounting for 15% of the homes that went under contract last month. Once hot real estate markets in the Sun Belt are seeing the biggest rise in cancellations. Buyers are having second thoughts due to hopes of getting a better deal on another home, as well as being concerned about job security.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, they're lower. The Dow is off almost 400 points. CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm. Ouch.
Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. And the 67-year-old man accused of stabbing a woman to death this week in Stratford has a prior history of violence. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto detailed Stanley Mulvey's history on Tuesday's Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
He's been arrested in other parts of the state as well as Stratford for a variety of incidents, including domestic violence, including assault on police officers. He's had quite a history of arrests.
Prosecutors say Mulvey killed 62-year-old Megan McShane in a home on Griffin Street Monday night. Mulvey was convicted earlier this year of charges related to a domestic violence incident involving McShane. He was also accused of lunging at police in Norwalk with knives in 2010. Mulvey is being held on $1 million bond. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer crash, exit 28 right lane is blocked. Backup starts at Southport. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays and expect overflow traffic on the upper Merritt through Fairfield and Trumbull because of the problem on 95. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so you tell me. You tell me. Hang on. I'm sorry. I was just checking something on the computer. I thought I saw something, bad, but it wasn't. Anyway, back to what I'm saying here. You tell me, what makes people succumb to doing something that the vast majority of us probably wouldn't do? And again, when I ask this stuff, I'm not sitting here in judgment of people, because Lord knows I can be judged pretty easily too. And you'll find things that I didn't do, somewhat did during my life, and go, really, Paul, you made that decision? Yeah, and I'll have to explain it. But in talking about this Costa Diamantis trial that Chris just had on the news, and early today around 11 o'clock, the jury came back in a federal courthouse in Bridgeport and finding Mr. Diamantis guilty here on numerous charges here of lying to the feds, bribery, extortion. I mean, again, this thing reads like a Netflix series or an HBO series or something like that. And he's facing a long, long, long time in jail. His well-known attorney, our old buddy Norm Pattis, 10 to 12 to 14 years. You tell me, what makes somebody do that? And let's assume, just for the sake of assumption here, and I know that's dangerous, you shouldn't assume because yada, yada, yada. I get that. But let's assume that this is not for money for a gambling habit or credit card debt, or you're a sex addict and you're paying for somebody, like, you know what I mean? Or you're a shopaholic, whatever. Let's take the notion of cash out of it. Now, the cash is there. Don't get me wrong. Nobody's going to do this for nothing. But other than the cash, why does somebody do this? Now, I know some of it is because of cash. I get that. I understand it. But having said that, right? Why would somebody do this? Now, this is and again, I'm not trying to sit in judgment of him. I don't know what his childhood was like. I don't know what anything was about here. But I think on a basic basis, we can sit back and see 21 counts of bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and lying to the feds. This is not one or two counts here. This is not, well, it was a lapse in judgment. I mean, there's no way in a court you could effectively have your counsel, your attorney saying, well, Your Honor, my client, he had a lapse in judgment. No. Not with 21 counts of bribery, extortion, lying to the feds, and conspiracy. So you tell me, what makes somebody do that? And have you, and again, I don't want you to admit to, I don't expect you to call this program here on the Mary Connecticut Today and then, come back here and admit to near criminality, but you can give me as much as you'd like to, or you can text me if you want to get specific but don't want your name on a radio or voice on the radio, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What makes people do things that most of us would never do? Is it a mental thing? I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to besmirch anybody here, but you have to wonder. As my old buddy said, you're going to get caught. What are you doing? And again, this is all in connection to things. You can't even say allegedly now because the verdict was guilty. Stuff that happened, influence peddling, cash, bribes, extortion, while Mr. Diamantis was running an office that helped to channel state money to school construction. These new schools, whether it's a renovation or a new school, you're talking tens and tens and tens and tens of millions of bucks. What makes somebody do that? I mean, it's, you know what, it's, I could almost see, like, I would never do it, but look, if it's one person dealing with one business, I could almost say, hey, we're friends. I brought him. Yeah, okay. He kicked back a couple of grand. But apparently, and this is not me saying it, you read some of the testimony here. We were kind of having fun with it over the past couple of weeks because to me it read like an old Sopranos episode. I mean, the bada bing wasn't involved there, but man, oh man, yikes. What are you doing? Man, oh man, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Danny is in Sandy Hook. Danny, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. I'm just commenting on your question there.
What do you think?
My opinion is, do you ever hear the phrase blank rolls downhill?
Yeah, well,
same thing with corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, he's got his bosses. The government has their failings. They maybe it starts with the president of the United States, rolls downhill. Before you know it, everybody's getting their little graspy hands in on the till there.
But this has been going on, Danny, for, decades and decades, and probably happened hundreds of years ago. So I'm just wondering why. Now, maybe decades and years ago, Danny, it was tougher to catch somebody. There were no cell phones. You could just do stuff by mouth and everything and just quietly talk to people. But I don't know, Danny. I'm wondering why, with all the ways you could get caught, people still do this. I don't know. It's fascinating to me. It really is.
I think it's got to be linked to arrogance, too. You know? They think they can get away with it, therefore they do try to get away with it.
Yeah, good point. Danny, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, there may be some arrogance there and a thrill, too. I mean, for some people, and again, I'm not getting into Mr. DeMantis' psyche or anything, this to some extent has to be a thrill. Like, hey, he came to me, I got everything set up for him, and now, you know what it is? Maybe it's people who do this kind of thing, right? And then they probably sit back at night, maybe, and I don't know any of these people, but they sit back at night and go, now he owes me.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese on a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
I'm Connecticut's Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. If you plan to vote by absentee ballot this year, knowing the law keeps our elections secure, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, fill out your application. 2, return it to your town clerk. 3, after you vote, return your ballot in person, by mail, or in an official drop box. And if you can't return it yourself, only immediate family members can return it for you, along with some specially authorized designees. Learn more at myvote.ct.gov.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer crash, exit 28 right lane is blocked. Backup starts at Southport. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays and expect overflow traffic on the upper Merritt through Fairfield and Trumbull because of the problem on 95. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we were talking about the Costa Diamantis trial here. That actually took place in Bridgeport, but there was only print coverage of this. There were no cameras allowed. Some people thought this might have been put on CTN, the Connecticut network, our equivalent of C-SPAN, because it involved a former state legislator, but apparently they didn't want to do that. And again, I'm not, on a personal level, I don't know Mr. Diamantis. I had heard his name, for a few times over the years. And then when I saw he got in trouble because of, now you can't say alleged now he's guilty, bribery, extortion in the governor's office of school reconstruction. You're like, wow, this is not good. Now they say, 10, 12, 14 years. Who knows? The guy is almost 70 years old. This was essentially a white-collar crime. There were no physicalities involved here. But again, a crime's a crime's a crime. Extortion, bribery, influence peddling, not good. So whether it's Mr. Diamantis or Mayor Ganim or former Governor Rowland or Terrence Chang or however many times we see this, even on a national level, why do people do this? See, I'd be too scared to do this. It'd be tempting. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not human and say, hey, wine, women, and song, baby, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But then what's the word I'm looking for? My OCD Italian guilt would kick in. And I'd picture my mother running after me with a wooden spoon, and I wouldn't do it. And go back to my boring, get off my lawn life. Rich in Stratford. Rich, what do you think here?
Well, I apologize because I was calling on something else, but it does get down to money and greed.
Yeah.
But I don't want to change the subject.
Okay.
I'll ruin your whole show.
All right.
But
quick. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, real quick. If you ever get a chance,
yeah.
Because over the years I've heard over and over again, but no explanation of. Yeah. Once we get the lotto in, education will be paid for. Now I'm hearing on the news different towns around here are laying teachers off.
Yeah.
Did anyone ever break down where that money for the lotto goes? That's my question.
Yeah, Rich, thank you. I'm going to look into. Yeah, Rich, I remember now. Rich may be a little older than me, a little younger, whatever. But yeah, when I remember it was 1972. I think, we got the lottery. And I remember, Rich is right. One of the selling points for the lottery was, we're going to have this. Folks, every cent besides the winnings that we by law have to pay off here, it's going to go to the school system. And that's the way every lottery is sold to people. Our kids are going to be so smart it's going to hurt. Just go along with the lottery. So, Rich, that's a great question. And I believe, Rich, I'll check into that for you. I'm jotting that down on my little pad here. Yeah, I think most of the money just kind of goes into the general fund now. I think, but don't quote me on that. Yeah, I remember. Remember, it was the Money Tree Lottery. You had a color, and then you had 2 letters or 3. Way too complicated. And then we had the game show. Remember they used to have the game show once a week? With the guy that used to be on Channel 38, Rich, in Boston. You remember Dana Hersey? Are you feeling lucky? He used to host the Movie Loft on Channel 38 in Boston. You see why I get this job? Because I have a lot of useless information. All right, here's a guy that could never be bribed because any bribe money would be coffee money, Randy in Easton. Randy, how are you?
Yes, I can be bought very cheap.
You and I, of course. You know what, Randy?
There's nothing I could do for you, but go ahead.
You know what, Randy? My first boss in radio said to me, we're kidding around one day, he goes, with the exception of my wife and my kids and my immediate blood relatives, make me an offer on anything else.
Yeah, really? What can I do for you? I got a couple of bottles in the wine cellar. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
So your prior caller, Danny, triggered something in my head that motivated me to call. When he said things, if you will, roll downhill.
Yeah.
And you probably can guess where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Is it bribery when the President of the United States sells dinners at Mar-a-Lago one-on-one for $5 million?
I don't know. I wish I could get in on that gig, but it might be.
One woman went to the $1 million a plate dinner, got a hold of him, and got her son a pardon, a guy who had withheld Social Security money from his employees.
Yeah, I saw that.
Spent it on himself.
Yeah.
And he got a pardon, and he didn't even have to make restitution on the money.
Yeah.
So, seriously, I'm not
I know.
pejorative here. Is that bribery?
I don't know. Quid pro quo. Sure sounds like it.
I mean, to me, you're not paying $5 million to have a one-on-one dinner with our sitting president just to, talk about the new design of the ballroom.
You sure? I'm still trying to figure out the George Santos thing. What?
Oh, Lord, what is that? Can you? I know. I'm not.
You almost said it. You almost said it. You almost said it. You had to. You said,
I know.
"Can
I
you?"
know. I caught myself. Chris did not have to hit the dump button. Hey, can I promote a charity?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Take your time.
All right. Tomorrow night.
Yeah.
At the famous Horseshoe, which is a 100-year-old bar in Southport, Connecticut.
Nice.
There's a band called The Girls. There's 3 women up front. I'm their bass player. And it's to benefit the Norma Free Breast Cancer Charity.
Excellent.
And 2 of the girls up front are breast cancer survivors.
Wow.
And so it starts at 6, music at 7, and it's called The Girls, because it's the girls, the 3 ladies up front, and it's for, the girls.
Sure.
The other meeting.
I get it. Yeah. Boy, I got to tell you, Randy, one thing about you, you play high-class joints. Can I just say that?
You know what? It's so cool. It's so old school, Paul. Yeah, there are some joints I play that are like, eesh.
I never see you in a...
I never tongs to go use the men's room.
I never see you in like a biker bar, which is not, I guess.
I've been. Oh, Lord, I've been. And don't you know, you know my political leanings. Don't I shut my big fat mouth when I'm...
And they want you to, and they, hey, Randy, y'all know some Skinner?
You're darn right I do. What do you want to hear? Turn it up. Dun, 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 dun.
Give me back my bullets. Yeah.
Ooh, that smell. I know them all. I know them all.
See? See that? All right, buddy.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Randy.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Randy from Easton, a very smart guy, former marketing guy, now just living the life. I guess retired or semi-retired, just playing bass. Now, unlike a lot of bass players, he actually plays all 4 strings. There's some guys. Who was it? Gary Talent, I think, who plays bass for Springsteen for like 50 years now. I think he was quoted as saying something like, they were asked about, he was asked, I think, and I'm paraphrasing here, Springsteen's music is awfully simplistic, and he goes, well, I've done complete gigs for 3 hours where I've never touched 2 of the strings. 2 of the 4 strings I never touch in 3 hours. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on the one and only WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer crash, exit 28 right lane is blocked. Backup starts at Southport. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays and expect overflow traffic on the Upper Merritt through Fairfield and Trumbull because of the problem on 95. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
It sounds like
It goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works, in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
no part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The State Department says Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be the latest administration official to head to Israel. Former Mideast coordinator Dennis Ross says disarming Hamas remains a sticking point in the Gaza peace plan.
I mean, I think the key to this is basically making sure they can't acquire arms. It really means you have to stop the smuggling.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in a social media post the U.S. military has conducted its 8th strike on an alleged drug vessel, this time in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The others were in the Caribbean. Hegseth has signed a memo requiring military personnel get approval before corresponding with Congress. That includes the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Tarian Small has the latest on the shutdown.
We're on the 22nd day of this government shutdown, and it appears that a resolution is still nowhere in sight.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm. Ouch.
Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Governor Ned Lamont is suggesting that East Hartford Democratic State Senator Sawad Anwar apologize over the recent post of a picture on social media. The image posted by the Democratic senator shows him with a woman holding a sign reading "Cholesterol, do your job," with images of a burger, fries, and chicken nuggets. Lamont says the sign, appearing to call for President Trump's death, was offensive and inappropriate, and that he believes Anwar regrets the photo. The governor says many found the post offensive and that he personally would apologize. There is an active murder investigation in Bridgeport in connection with the death of a 24-year-old woman. She was found unresponsive with severe injuries last night when officers responded around 9:30 to Black Rock Avenue for a report of an abandoned child on a porch. Police said Evelyn Rayo Marina was pronounced dead at St. Vincent's Medical Center. The child was taken to Bridgeport Hospital for evaluation. The bankrupt owner of 3 Connecticut hospitals owes the state $127 million in back taxes. Prospect Medical Holdings reportedly owes hospital provider taxes on Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals going back 3 years. The most recent filing in the bankruptcy case makes no mention of the current fiscal year's taxes, meaning the amount owed could be much higher. The state appears ready to forgive some of the tax debt to help transition the hospitals to new owners. The state has approved 15 of the 19 traffic enforcement cameras proposed by the city of New Haven. 11 of the 15 approved cameras will be at red lights, and 4 will be speed enforcement cameras. The red light cameras will be installed at intersections where vehicles frequently run the lights and cause crashes. The speed enforcement cameras will be on Fountain Street, Sherman Parkway, Townsend Avenue, and Route 80. Early voting is now underway in cities and towns across Connecticut. State law requires each town to maintain an early voting polling place in the days before Election Day. In Stamford, officials reported over 100 people in the first several hours of early voting on Monday. Polling locations in each city and town can be found on the Secretary of the State's website. Legislative leaders are proposing that the property tax credit be increased to $1,000.
So we believe that we should be focusing on providing this relief, which has been long overdue.
The current property tax credit residents can claim on their returns is $300. The plan would also increase the income limits for taxpayers to receive the full credit, making 800,000 more residents eligible. House Republican leader Vin Candelora and other leaders say property owners in many towns are seeing huge tax increases because of soaring property values, and this should help ease the pain.
Revaluation since COVID has caused a crisis for homeowners. Tax bills are reaching a level of mortgage payments, and we are seeing school-aged mom and dads actually going out and voting to reject budgets that are hurting our education funds because people can't afford to pay these taxes any longer.
It would be funded with $500 million surplus dollars. Avelo Airlines is buying 50 new airplanes as it plans to expand service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport and in other cities. Avelo is spending over $4 billion to purchase 50 Embraer E195-E2 aircraft, with the first jets expected to arrive in early 2027. The Brazilian jet maker uses Connecticut-made Pratt & Whitney engines to power this model of airplane. The E195-E2 is considered to be one of the quietest and fuel-efficient commercial planes that are available. And ground was broken today on a new hotel in Bridgeport. A ceremony was held today to mark the beginning of construction on the Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. The 6-story hotel will feature over 140 rooms and views of Steel Point Marina, offering direct access to I-95, Metro North, and Amtrak. Governor Ned Lamont joined Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and other public officials at the groundbreaking earlier today along East Main Street. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just about an hour Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, congestion delays getting through Long Wharf, and Route 8 northbound bunched up going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, Yippee-I-O, how is everybody today? Huh? You all right? You're good? Heading toward the 4 o'clock hour, approaching halftime here. Big halftime show coming up. That'll be Chris's News at 4. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. One of the things you've heard in the news from about noontime today, a big trial that was actually being held in Bridgeport, although it wasn't anything to do with a municipal activity in Bridgeport. If the name Costa Diamantis sounded familiar, it's because he was found guilty today on all charges. He was facing a slew of charges in connection now with being convicted on 21 counts of bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and lying to federal investigators. After the proceedings were over in Bridgeport, Diamantis said, quote, it was a clean sweep. I thought it was going to go my way, but obviously it didn't. The jury clearly believed them and not me. And again, this was a guy who at one time was a state rep. That's not what these charges are connected to. At one time, he was in the budget office of Governor Ned Lamont. Again, not connected to this case, but he was convicted of using his position, says here in the Connecticut Mirror story, overseeing the state's school construction office to enrich himself and his family. And again, without knowing this gentleman, without ever having spoken to him, without ever having seen him in person or talked to him, I wonder why people do this. And I'm not asking that question like I'm some sort of holier than thou guy. I'm not. But I look, and I understand maybe there's some, and you hear about these cases sometimes. Say, why'd you do it? I needed the money. I was in deep with gambling debts, or I had 50 or 60 grand of credit card debt. I was on drugs. I used to work with a guy in this business years and years and years ago who, even though he was getting paid pretty well by the station I worked at with him, I mean, he spent a lot of that money on drugs, and he admitted it. So I know some people are caught up in all that. That I understand. That I get. But if you had a choice, why would you do this? And again, without trying to pass judgment on Mr. Diamantis, I don't know from Adam, this guy. I don't know what the family dynamics were. I don't know what his dynamics were with Governor Lamont or in the state construction office, or any threats that he made or somebody made to him. But, like they say, all things being equal here. And if you're operating with a clean slate, why do you do this? Why do you do this? Now, I think I can conceivably say, now, I can't say it with perfect certitude, but I think I can say I wouldn't do this. Now, if somebody came up to me and said, hey, You set this up because if you don't, we know where your son lives, or we know where your future daughter-in-law lives, or we know where your son's mom lives. Then you do it. Then you get stuff like that. That's not what's going on here, apparently, although I don't know. But why do politicians do this? I mean, this isn't, remember, Connecticut has a slang nickname of Corrupticut for a reason. Why does that happen? Even though you're in a situation where, eventually you'll probably get caught. Somebody's going to say something. Somebody will see you with somebody. It's just weird, just odd. And again, I'm not trying to sit here and pass judgment on people. But, man, you sit there and you say, well, you did it to this extent, and, man, look what happened to you. Guy's 69, almost 70 years old. He's looking at 10, 12, 14 years in a federal lockup. Wow. Before we go to a break, Claire in Westport. Claire, hi, you're on WICC. What's up?
Hi, I was just calling to comment on your question.
Yeah.
I think it's because they think they can, just like Stu Leonard stealing years and years ago. He didn't need the money, but I think that they get this sense of powerfulness. They don't think they're going to get caught. They're greedy. I mean, why do people commit crimes? Look at Trump. I mean, I don't know if your station is, very pro-Republican, but why does he do what he does? All these felonies against him and everything. I think they do because they think they can get away with it.
Is it a power thing, you think?
I think it's power. They think they're not going to get caught. I almost think they think they're entitled to do it.
Maybe. No,
they don't need the money. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Claire, thank you for the call. Listen, maybe some people. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have enough money, if there's not a reason that, hey, dear God, I need the money, and we hear that sometimes. What'd you do it? Well, I got in deep. I had bills. But I guess you can have a scenario where when all your bills are paid and the tuition for the kids are paid and you've got 2 houses and how many new cars, after a while, maybe, I don't know, life gets boring and you look for a thrill. I don't know. All right, traffic and weather together, do a little business. We'll get an update from D.C. on the government shutdown. All that and more coming right up.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists. Because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just about an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, congestion delays getting through Long Wharf, and Route 8 northbound bunched up going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Local talk every afternoon. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. If you're hanging on, we'll be right with you at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk about the Costa Diamantis trial, but that's over. But what goes on is this government shutdown. Any end in sight? Let's ask one of our people in D.C., Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, good afternoon. How are you? Is there any light, Linda, at the end of the tunnel on this, or are both sides still dug in hard here?
Well, I think, Paul, that the word here that would best describe both sides would be intractable.
Wow.
And that's not a very positive way of viewing whether this government shutdown is going to end anytime soon. It is now the second longest government shutdown in U.S. history. It's now entering its fourth week, and Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats are really in the spotlight right now. The House passed a continuing resolution, or a CR, to continue present government funding until November 21st, and they've been out of town now for the past few weeks because they say we did our job. It's now up to the Senate. And it is stalled in the Senate. There is so many bad feelings going on right now as both sides dig in, and I see no wiggle room whatsoever.
It looks like, too, Lyndon, maybe I'm just misreading this, but I'm seeing a lot more kind of TV and radio jockeying here. I saw Catherine Clark out today from the Democratic side, and John Thune was out a few days ago. So this is... As much as this is a legislative battle here, this is kind of a PR battle, too, isn't it? Kind of trying to sell your point on this. I'm seeing more of that.
Oh, absolutely. This is really a battle in the court of public opinion. The Democrats are making their case. The Republicans are making their case. Historically, I would say we have seen that when there are government shutdowns, the American people have a tendency to blame the party that is in power at the time. And at this point, it is the Republicans who are in power in the House, the Senate, and the White House. So if there's any backlash, it may come and wash up against the GOP. That doesn't mean it's absolutely going to. That just seems to have been what has happened in the past, and trying to see if past is now going to be prologue. What we have now is the fact that the Senate rules operate differently than in the House, and that means that, among other things, the Senate minority, in this case, at this point in time, the Democrats are the minority, they have rights. That means they can hold up legislation requiring a two-thirds majority. The Republicans are the majority, but they do not have a two-thirds majority. So the Democrats are exercising their minority rights. When the Republicans are the minority, they have the same rights. And these things are cyclical. And so right now they're discussing the possibility, the Senate Republicans, of getting rid of the filibuster.
I saw that,
but there's a lot of people feel that, that might be touching the third rail of congressional politics because, again, when these things, one day you're the majority and the next election you might be in the minority, you could be voting away your own rights.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of people who are very concerned about doing that right now.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, thank you as always. We really appreciate it. Take care. Have a great weekend. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Linda Kenyon there, CBS News. Yeah, I saw that. No. Look. You can't do away with the filibuster. You can't. And to what Linda was saying there, Frank, hang on, by the way. We'll get right to you. There is consideration now. And remember, the party in power in the Senate can change the Senate rules. So whenever the party in power in the Senate says, hey, you know what? Let's write a new owner's manual. They can do that. Now, thankfully, cool heads usually rule here, and they say, no, we're not going to do this because, like Linda said, politics is cyclical. And who knows, a year and change from now, after the midterms, the Republicans may be the minority party, and they're going to want the power of dissent, which is what the filibuster gives the Democrats right now. Now, there's a notion, like Linda said, the Republicans might say, screw the filibuster. We don't need this 60-vote margin to push on. Let's just do it with 51 votes. And even John Fetterman, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, said, he'd be in favor of doing that just so people could get paid here. No. That ain't good. Look, the House is another simple majority in the House. But I've always believed, no matter what the issue is, no matter who's in charge, the minority party in the Senate needs the power of dissent. You just do. All right. Frank in East Haven. Frank, how are you?
Good, Paul. How you doing?
I'm all right,
I
Frank.
I want to take issue with that lady before this last lady who said Trump is a crook. I'd like to know, I've heard that before. I'd like to know where it comes from, because all I see is a guy who donates his pay. He doesn't even take a pay. He's putting a haul into the White House, which is costing millions of dollars. He has helped so many people with peace treaties and other things. He's bringing the price, he brought the price of gas way down. Where could you tell me? I can't figure out where he's a crook.
That narrative, Frank, comes from the conviction on the 34 counts in one of the court cases. It comes from the E. Jean Carroll case. It comes from the Letitia James case, although that case looks like it was prosecutorial overreach. So when people point out what they say is the criminality of Mr. Trump, they take a look at what the courts have done against him. Now, there are some people, Frank, who say, well, these cases are bogus cases, and they've tried to just defeat him using the courts. So that's where that comes from.
So what is your opinion?
My opinion is this. Well, number one, we never heard the January 6th case never went to trial. That got tossed out. The E. Jean Carroll case, she made an effective argument where he was found guilty. The Letitia James case, to me, that's the shakiest of all the cases, Frank. And if you remember, that's the case where, he overvalued his real estate and there was shady business with the banks. Now, I've interviewed people on that case, Frank, and everybody I've interviewed on both sides of the aisle, Frank, on that case has said that was a bogus case. I mean, everybody in real estate does that in New York. In fact, Frank, there was I wish I knew you were calling because I would have pulled this up. I'll look for it. There was a Democratic strategist on CNN the other day, Frank, who came out and said, most of this stuff was just, it was the courts doing what they could do to slow him down. And she came out and said it the other day. So what does that tell you?
So I'm back to my original question. Where is he a crook? I don't understand it.
Well, Frank, they point largely, and Frank, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. They point mainly now to the E. Jean Carroll case, the sexual assault against E. Jean Carroll, and it came down to his word against hers, and she won. So that's the prime. Frank, thank you for the call. Good to hear from East Haven, town where a lot of my relatives lived and still live. But probably the most serious case against him was the E. Jean Carroll case. He never went to trial, anything to do with January 6th. Now, you may think that was an egregious case, but again, it never went to trial. And the Letitia James case, the fraudulent case, people say that was bogus. And the Stormy Daniels, I'm sorry, Stephanie Clifford. We don't want to refer to her as her stage name. No, but the Stormy Daniels case, even that, Frank, if you're still listening, even that, some people I've interviewed on that case said, it's probably bogus. So listen, he had an affair with a woman, and he paid her to keep her mouth shut. no pun intended. And that case was probably bogus, too, because people said, well, wait a minute. You mean that was a contribution in kind to his campaign? Come on. Here's the bottom line. The guy won once. He won twice. He almost won the middle time that he ran. So the opposition, and again, if you were listening to me, I told you that I would have preferred a different Republican candidate because I said, how many times did I say leading up to last November, he can't win. He can't win. Guess what? He shut me up pretty good, didn't he? He ran. But again, the narrative of Trump sucks, we hate Trump, Trump's a crook. Okay, keep saying that all you want. That's fine. Have your No Kings rallies. That's fine. That's a big pep rally. What is the Democratic playbook to beat him? And you're not really having to beat him anymore because after the midterms next year, he's a lame duck. So the question now off of Frank's call should be, all right, you're only going to get to beat on Trump for about another year and a half. The big question is, how are you going to beat J.D. Vance?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just about an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway slow ride starts as you come out of Stamford. Out of New Haven on 95 southbound side. Congestion delays getting through Long Wharf. And Route 8 northbound bunched up going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
Stacy, are you wearing yoga pants to go shopping?
Oh, we're not going out shopping. We're staying in with JTV.
I love jewelry television. Their pearls, their lab-grown diamond jewelry.
Oh, hello. What about their Italian gold and moissanite fire?
Okay, but what about the guys on my holiday list?
Relax. JTV has gifts galore, even for men, like watches and sunglasses.
Watch JTV live and on streaming or shop jtv.com for amazing holiday deals.
Ready to shop?
Yes, but can I borrow a pair of sweats?
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, to Frank's point there in East Haven, I was able to, on the break there, pull up the soundbite that I knew I had saved. So we will come back after the news and traffic and weather together, top of the hour. A longtime Democratic strategist, Liz Smith, admitted on CNN that we tried to beat Trump and just in the court.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. After calling off his meeting with Russia's president for now, President Trump is hosting NATO's Secretary General at the White House this hour. Mark Rutte is bringing with him a peace plan for Ukraine, as Charlie D'Agata reports.
12-point peace plan calls for an immediate ceasefire based on current battle lines, return of deported children and a prisoner exchange, security guarantees for Ukraine, a war recovery fund, and a clear pathway for Ukraine to join the EU, and also to put more pressure on Russia. This may be a peace plan that the United States would accept and Ukraine would certainly accept because they're driving for an end of hostilities immediately. That is the driving force, but it is not likely to be accepted by the Russians.
Treasury Chief Scott Bessent said today more sanctions against Russia are coming. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is heading to Israel this week as part of the administration's diplomatic blitz to keep the Gaza peace plan on track. Judges at the International Court of Justice, meanwhile, are demanding Israel allow more aid into Gaza. Lauren Comato reports.
Judges found that as both an occupying power and a UN member, Israel must actively facilitate the unfettered flow of aid into Gaza. The UN General Assembly asked the World Court to weigh in on the issue last year after Israel effectively banned UNRWA, saying it was infiltrated by Hamas. Judge Yuji Iwasawa said Israel hasn't substantiated that claim.
Israel is not entitled to withhold its cooperation with the United Nations.
Israel's ambassador has called the ICJ decision shameful.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. military has taken out another alleged drug boat, this time in the Pacific off Colombia. CBS News has obtained a memo signed by Hegseth that requires approval for nearly all Defense Department correspondence with Congress. A new measles outbreak is being reported in the Southwest. Dr. William Schaffner of Vanderbilt.
It's a very sad story because we shouldn't have any of these measles cases. Measles is a very, very nasty virus. It's spreading among children who have been withheld from vaccination.
One county in Arizona is reporting 80 cases. Day 22 of the government shutdown. Derek James reports on how small businesses in Minnesota are being impacted.
A new survey from Goldman Sachs shows 72% of small business owners say keeping the government open is critical to their operations. AWEN is among more than 2,000 small business owners heading to Washington, D.C. next week to meet with lawmakers.
Tariffs have come through, and now, the government shutdown is here, and it's just uncertainty.
Their message?
Small businesses want to grow. Uncertainty doesn't help us.
On Wall Street, stocks finished lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE, 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm. Ouch.
Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Legislative leaders are proposing that the property tax credit be increased to $1,000.
So we believe that we should be focusing on providing this relief, which has been long overdue.
The current property tax credit residents can claim on their returns is $300. The plan would also increase the income limits for taxpayers to receive the full credit, making 800,000 more residents eligible. House Republican leader Vin Candelora and other leaders say property owners in many towns are seeing huge tax increases because of soaring property values, and this should help ease the pain.
Revaluation since COVID has caused a crisis for homeowners. Tax bills are reaching a level of mortgage payments, and we are seeing school-aged mom and dads actually going out and voting to reject budgets that are hurting our education funds because people can't afford to pay these taxes any longer.
It would be funded with $500 million surplus dollars. And Avello Airlines is buying 50 new airplanes as it plans to expand service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport and in other cities. Avello is spending over $4 billion to purchase 50 Embraer E195 E2 aircraft, with the first jets expected to arrive in early 2027. The Brazilian jet maker uses Connecticut-made Pratt & Whitney engines to power this model of airplane. The E195 E2 is considered to be one of the quietest and fuel-efficient commercial planes that are available. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Wilbur crossing easier. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so what makes people do it? What makes people do it? And by do it, I mean take bribes, participate in extortion, participate in lying to the feds, and that's our question of the day here. And the reason I put that up is because one of the big stories you've been hearing about from late this morning until now, when the verdict came down earlier today about 1 o'clock, a gentleman who used to run under Governor Ned Lamont, although the governor professed he had no idea this was going on, and he fired him. Credit to the governor here. Costa Diamantis ended up running the office that funneled money hither and yon, here and there for school building and reconstruction. Yet, though, turned out to be not a good day for Mr. Diamantis, found guilty on several counts, bribery, extortion, things like that. And now he is facing a boatload of time in federal prison on some of these charges. 21 counts of bribery, extortion, conspiracy, and lying to federal investigators. And again, we were following the testimony of this case. It was not televised, so there was no audio or video of it, but reading transcripts saying, hey, you know, the allegations were there were thousands of dollars exchanged at chain coffee places and Tony restaurants in Hartford. Why does somebody do this? Maybe they have more guts than me. I don't know. But I would be frightened as heck to do this. So is it that they think they're above, unlike, a buddy of mine who says, hey, you're going to get caught? So you tell me, why do some people with power and influence take bribes? Even though, not all the time, some people get away with it, even though they often get caught. That's our question of the day. Chris Williams has been sifting through the answers. He has, of course, abided by his number one duty is to weed out the obscenities, and he has come up with the following.
Marge thinks people are greedy. Matthew says greed or they are weak and have no conscience. Joy also thinks it's greed, as does Dave. Paul said they're chasing risk. Glenn said it's all about the money. And Steve said because it's never enough.
Yeah, maybe. I like Steve and Paul there. Steve said it's never enough, and their personalities like that. And Paul said they're chasing risk. Yeah. I think there are people who, and again, forgive me, I keep saying this. I don't know Mr. Diamantis. I don't know what was in his head. But maybe there are people who like the risk. You ever hear from like problem gamblers who say it wasn't about winning the game? It wasn't about, hey, I picked the right point spread or the right money line. You hear gamblers say it was the adrenaline. It wasn't so much the win or the loss in a game, but my parlay hit. It was the endorphins. Think about that. Before we go to a break here, Paul in Bethel is with us. Paul, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. What's on your mind?
So my take is this doesn't happen like one day they sit down, they say, you know what? I think I'm going to take bribes. I think I'm going to work people over for the money, and I can make a boat. I don't think it works that way. I think it starts very small with just a little favor here or there, and it just grows into this, and it sort of feels like the Operation Normal. That's just how things are. So they don't, you mentioned, don't they think they won't get caught? I don't think they think about it at all. It's just the way, the normal day-to-day, it's how it is. The money comes in, great. They don't contemplate. If they did, they'd sit there going, wow, I don't want to get caught doing this. Maybe I shouldn't do this one. I don't think they go that way.
Yeah, and Paul, I said the other day, to your point, I said, there are probably people who are saying, all right, this guy is guilty, right? Or we got this guy. And there are probably people saying, wait a minute. There are probably people, Paul, in the construction business and in the contracting business who say, come on, this goes on all the time. This guy just got caught, you know?
Sure. No, I agree 100%. I'm sure it's been widespread rumor forever and ever, as long as time goes by, back into who knows when, from 1900s, that palms get greased. In New York City, you can't do anything unless you're greasing a palm.
Exactly.
You can't do anything.
Absolutely.
So, but that doesn't make it right. And just because other people do it doesn't make it right.
Oh, no.
If you get caught and they can prove it, that's it. You're done.
That's it.
You know,
absolutely. Paul, thank you.
deterrent.
Appreciate the talk. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to somebody years and years ago who, again, was the recipient and they shall we say, a recipient of palm greasing and a distributor of greased palms, and he was in the parking lot business. I said, really? He goes, yeah. All right, before we break here, Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, how are you?
Hey, Paul, how's it going?
What's going on?
Let me get you on speaker, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Make it sound better. Yeah, I guess when the woman called you earlier about the Platt Tech in Milford, it's actually a state school, and they didn't do the field. She's correct that the property looks like heck.
Yeah.
Where the field was supposed to be. So probably the money didn't run out. It probably got missing somehow. If this guy was in charge of the build, you know?
Well, yeah, and I don't know, and Ken, thank you for the call. I don't know whether he had anything to do with that, but you would hope whomever the state rep and state senate member is. I don't know. We'll have to check on that to see if there's any movement on that. All right, we continue right here. It's a midweek Wednesday on WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longhorn and West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, of course, coming up on an election year, both sides are going to be talking taxes here from Hartford. Now, the Republicans rolled out a plan yesterday to enhance some deductions for property taxes, where in some areas of Connecticut, we're getting sky-high property tax rates, and they're really maybe oftentimes trapping people in their homes. So if they want to sell or maybe get a certain price here, what can we do here? And joining us right now is Waterbury Watertown Republican State Rep Joe Paletta, who was part of the group of Republicans introducing, a proposed sharpening of some tax policy here that may help folks in Connecticut. He's back on the show. Joe, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
So explain this plan, Joe. What are you and the Republican caucus and the people who came up with this? Explain the plan, what the GOP is proposing here, because a lot of people are getting crunched on property taxes.
Sure. So, Paul, I spent a number of years on the town council in the town of Watertown, and, we all know that the property tax is a big issue for people across the state of Connecticut. It's a regressive tax. It affects communities. It affects people on fixed income. So the Republicans have proposed to triple the current tax credit up to $1,000 for qualifying individuals, which would ultimately let them deduct that and give them some relief. So we're seeing, because we had some mayors up there with us, and they're all kind of speaking the same language, where they're saying that the reval disproportionately affected people. Some saw 35-40% tax increases in the last 3 or 4 years. So what the Republicans are saying is to take some money, that $501 million in volatile revenue, and give it back to the taxpayers because, truthfully, they were overtaxed in the form of a property tax credit.
So do you anticipate, Joe, getting any votes from the other side on this, or are they going to dig in, the majority Democrats here? And because, look, everybody knows this could be a big issue come the election next year.
It's a great question, and it actually came up during the press conference. So we will run an amendment to offer this as, if we're called into special session in November, to offer this as an alternative. However, we've found that the majority party wants to spend this $500 million on, projects and funding items that potentially could be cut from the federal government. What Republicans are saying is, hold on a minute, we have a $4.5 billion rainy day fund. So why don't we take this $501 million that you're talking about and give it back to the taxpayers? So, yes, it's going to be met with opposition. I would surmise that it's probably going to fail along party lines. But we believe we have the better idea. We think we should be giving it back to people rather than spending it on projects.
Hey, Joe, I would think, exactly, now there are not a lot of things up there, Joe, that are bipartisan. I would think property tax relief would be one of them, but hey, maybe I'm the dummy, Joe. I don't know, but to me, wouldn't it be nice if both sides could get together in your chamber and then in the State House and say, hey, this is a good idea, right?
You're 100% correct. And just remember, on a bipartisan basis, we put the fiscal guardrails in place in 2017. It was Republicans that came up to the plate and said, we offered a solution, unlike what's going on in D.C. right now, where the Democrats are obstructing and closing the government down. Republicans saw the Democrats in a stalemate in Connecticut in 17, and we said, look, let's pass a budget that we can all come to the table on because we can't continue to operate like this. So as a result of that good fiscal policy in 2017, we have amassed a large rainy day fund. So now we find ourselves in a good position. Our credit rating is up. We've been able to cut taxes in the past couple of years. So why not give some of this money back? That's our idea. Let's give it back to the taxpayers, to the property tax, the people that are, already burdened with a 35% increase.
All right, Republican State Rep Joe Paletta, District 68, Waterbury and Watertown, explaining that Republican tax plan, and we shall see what shakes out. Joe, always good to chat with you, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
All right, Joe Paletta, Republican State Rep, District 68, Waterbury and Watertown. Republican lawmakers say, hey, let's use some of that surplus that they can within law to give a little property tax relief. Republican leaders and leaders on the municipal side, Republicans from Seymour, Wallingford, Bristol, urging lawmakers yesterday, according to the Connecticut News Junkie, to direct about $500 million from the state's unbudgeted revenue, volatile revenue, that means tax returns, toward property tax relief. Volatile funds come primarily from estimated to final personal tax payments and pass-through entity taxes. This gets in the weeds here. The state normally uses such funds, says here, to pay down pension debt. So, look, number one, this is a good idea. Because, as Joe says, how many cities and towns have gone through a revaluation? Well, hey, we're going to lower your mill rate, but your condo or house or A-frame or townhouse, the value is going to go up 20%. What? Hey, what? So we'll see what happens. And look, to me, I love it. When we're coming up on an election year, yeah, give me some ideas on taxes. Go ahead. Well, they're just trying to buy votes, Paul. All right, what's wrong with that? Is it illegal? Heck, both parties have done it, right? And not in the immediate past, but they've done it in election years. Didn't George, the son, Bush 43, didn't he do that one cycle, I think? Right? What was it, $400 or $600 if I remember correctly? Yeah. You want my vote? What are you going to do for my taxes? Well, they're buying your vote, Paul. That's good. They can buy my vote. Don't tell me no other politician buys votes. Well, we gave you funding there for that basketball court at Jones High School. All right, didn't they buy a vote there? What's the difference? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What's the difference? Oh, it's only buying a vote when it helps one side or the other? No, I don't think so. All right, traffic and weather together. Hey, coming back, we had a call earlier from a gentleman in East Haven asking about Trump and the courts. I have a soundbite from a couple of days ago from a Democratic strategist who admitted on CNN, yeah, some of this court stuff was, some of it was bogus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. And on Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The government shutdown is now in its 22nd day. House Speaker Mike Johnson continuing to blame Democrats.
Trying their very best to somehow blame Republicans for the forthcoming health care crisis that they themselves created.
Jennifer Jacobs reports preservation groups aren't happy with the renovations at the White House and the demolition of the East Wing.
They were really upset that President Trump didn't go through the normal channels of having historic review and opening this up to public comment. The demolition has advanced more than we originally thought.
President Trump is meeting with the NATO Secretary General at this hour after another barrage of Russian attacks on Ukraine. Ramy Inocencio reports.
President Zelensky on X said that there is no justification ever for Russia to hit a kindergarten.
The attack came soon after the White House said Trump would not be meeting with Russian President Putin after all. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm.
Ouch. Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. Governor Ned Lamont is suggesting that East Hartford Democratic State Senator Sawad Anwar apologize over the recent post of a picture on social media. The image posted by the Democratic senator shows him with a woman holding a sign reading "Cholesterol, do your job," with images of a burger, fries, and chicken nuggets. Lamont says the sign appearing to call for President Trump's death was offensive and inappropriate, and that he believes Anwar regrets the photo. The governor says many found the post offensive and that he personally would apologize. There is an active murder investigation in Bridgeport in connection with the death of a 24-year-old woman. She was found unresponsive with severe injuries last night when officers responded around 9:30 to Black Rock Avenue for a report of an abandoned child on a porch. Police said Evelyn Rayo Marina was pronounced dead at St. Vincent's Medical Center. The child was taken to Bridgeport Hospital for evaluation. The 67-year-old man accused of stabbing a woman to death this week in Stratford has a prior history of violence. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto detailed Stanley Mulvey's history on Tuesday's Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
He's been arrested in other parts of the state as well as Stratford for a variety of incidents, including domestic violence, including assault on police officers. He's had quite a history of arrests.
Prosecutors say Mulvey killed 62-year-old Megan McShane in a home on Griffin Street Monday night. Mulvey was convicted earlier this year of charges related to a domestic violence incident involving McShane. He was also accused of lunging at police in Norwalk with knives in 2010. Mulvey is being held on $1 million bond. The bankrupt owner of 3 Connecticut hospitals owes the state $127 million in back taxes. Prospect Medical Holdings reportedly owes hospital provider taxes on Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals going back 3 years. The most recent filing in the bankruptcy case makes no mention of the current fiscal year's taxes, meaning the amount owed could be much higher. The state appears ready to forgive some of the tax debt to help transition the hospitals to new owners. The state has approved 15 of the 19 traffic enforcement cameras proposed by the city of New Haven. 11 of the 15 approved cameras will be at red lights, and 4 will be speed enforcement cameras. The red light cameras will be installed at intersections where vehicles frequently run the lights and cause crashes. The speed enforcement cameras will be on Fountain Street, Sherman Parkway, Townsend Avenue, and Route 80. Early voting is now underway in cities and towns across Connecticut. State law requires each town to maintain an early voting polling place in the days before Election Day. In Stamford, officials reported over 100 people in the first several hours of early voting on Monday. Polling locations in each city and town can be found on the Secretary of the State's website. And ground was broken today on a new hotel in Bridgeport. A ceremony was held today to mark the beginning of construction on the Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. The 6-story hotel will feature over 140 rooms and views of Steel Point Marina, offering direct access to I-95, Metro North, and Amtrak. Governor Ned Lamont joined Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and other public officials at the groundbreaking earlier today along East Main Street. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is easier. Congestion delays there start as you come out of Norwalk. New Haven, 95 southbound side on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, plenty of company into the tunnel. And Route 8 north here, jamming in Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound, same deal going through Danbury, heading towards the 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, now we had a caller, I believe it was Frank from East Haven, or as they like to say, Staven. Frank, I've got relatives there, so don't worry. Wondering about the people who say, refer to Trump as a criminal and criminal convictions. So let me lay this out for you. Number one, the January 6th case never went to trial, and they dropped it because, well, he won the White House again, and prosecutors thought that would be a pointless case. Now, probably the one case that should stick to him is the E. Jean Carroll case, where he was convicted on sex charges, and again, allegedly, he was talking about that in that famous tape, what was it, Entertainment Tonight or Access Hollywood tape? Hey, you just grab them by the whatever. Not good. Now, the other narrative that happens here is the 34 counts case. That was the case brought by the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg. And I misidentified that earlier when I commented on it. So that was the 34 counts. And basically, that means there were 3 counts, I think, for each of 12 checks that were written. So this was a paper crime because he paid off Stormy Daniels, Stephanie Clifford, her real name, Stormy Daniels, the great cinematic star of adult fare. He paid her off to shut her up, keep her mouth shut, regarding what happened between them two prior to the election. Now, a lot of people thought that was a bogus case to begin with, as did a lot of people think the Letitia James case, which he's getting back at her now, because remember, the Letitia James case was, well, it was mortgage fraud or this and the other one. Now, not the case against her, the case against Trump, the way he dealt with the banks, and the banks never complained. Trump got his money, the banks got repaid, and everybody was happy. And, well, did he overvalue the Manhattan real estate? He was trying to refinance, whatever. So a couple of days ago on CNN, along with their conservative analyst, Scott Jennings, was a woman named not Liz Smith, the late great gossip columnist. I believe she passed away. But Liz Smith, who was bemoaning the fact that, And this is a major Northeast Democratic Party strategist saying this. Basically, she said earlier in the clip that Chuck Schumer has no idea what he's doing regarding the government shutdown, A, and B, she said that she thought the Democrats are still feeling the backlash from that Alvin Bragg case, the 34 counts of felony convictions regarding basically paying off a woman to, as my people like to say, stop the Zeet, which now you can, argue against the morals of that, but how often do you think that goes on? So this is Liz Smith admitting to Scott Jennings, yeah, maybe this court stuff, did blow back on us.
I'm going to agree with you that Democrats cannot only be the party of resistance. We cannot, we resisted so hard between 2017 and 2024. We impeached the guy. We prosecuted him, convicted him of 34 felony counts. And guess what? He still got elected. So I don't know how much harder we can resist now.
Are you admitting that, that the case against Trump in New York was part of the organized Democratic Party resistance?
It was a Democratic prosecutor. And at the time, I thought it was unwise. I went on Fox News and said
there were Democrats who said this at the time.
There were a lot.
Just to be clear, everybody who now touts the 34 felonies, take it from Liz. This was not a real case. This was a plot to upend the presidential campaign, which backfired.
I just think it was a boneheaded move by Alvin Bragg, but it's not his first or last one.
Well, there you go. There's a Democratic strategist. I mean, and even at the time, a lot of people are like, 34 counts because he paid off a woman? Look, morally, that's something I would never do. I mean, I'd never give her any money, but seriously. So, again, all the Trump sucks and we hate Trump, that's fine. The No Kings rallies, that's fine. What is your plan? Because I'm telling you, and everybody's pointing toward the midterms. Okay, then after the midterms, who you have to deal with? J.D. Vance, who was a much younger, good-looking, more refined, more military veteran, Marine Corps veteran, more strategically wise Trump. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. When we come back, my latest plea to you folks to just calm down.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
One day after the Dow hit a new all-time high, stocks pulled back notably today. Earnings disappointments from the likes of Netflix and also concerns about U.S.-China trade weighed on the market as the president warned that export controls could be put on anything with U.S. software in it. The Dow lost 334 points to 46,590. That was a 0.75% decline. S&P down 0.5% or nearly 36 points to 66.99. Nasdaq down almost 1% or 213 points to 22,740. After the close, Tesla's down about 1% despite delivering some better than expected results. 10-year note yields easing a bit to 3.95% ahead of Friday's release of consumer price data, much delayed because of the government shutdown now in its 22nd day, second longest on record. Dollar weakened at the end of the day. Oil up $1.34 to 59.16. Gold, after selling off in the morning, rebounding almost $12 to 41.21 the ounce.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is easier. Congestion delays there start as you come out of Norwalk. New Haven, 95 southbound side on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, plenty of company into the tunnel. And Route 8 north here, jamming in Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound. Same deal going through Danbury, heading towards the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and/or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
You know, speaking of ranting and raving, which I don't really think I do here. I know the big voice guy likes to say it. I know the front office makes him say it, but that's okay. Speaking of ranting and raving, calm down about the White House. Calm down. Oh, Trump's putting a ballroom on the White House. Who cares? My God. Should the White House not have a magnificent ballroom? Well, you know, and there's a meme going around now. Well, look at the renovations Hitler made. Oh, stop. For the love of God, stop with everything Hitler. Stop. What's your plan for the midterms? Stop with the Nazis. Stop with the fascism. What are your legislative plans or priorities? Because everybody is going to want to know those. If the next occupant of the White House doesn't like the ballroom, guess what? They can tear it down and put something else up. It's not coming out of federal funds. They're listing the well, you know, big companies are donating to the ballroom. So what? At least it's out in front and you can see it. Man, oh man, the stuff people get wrapped up in. My God. You know, that's one thing Trump is right on. Like, why should it be for mass gatherings that if they're not big enough, they've got to be held outside on the White House lawn? What is this? The town rec site? Hey, let's have a picnic at the right. Jeez. If there's one place in the U.S. that should have a grand ballroom, should it not be the White House? I don't know. I don't know. The stuff that drives people nuts. I don't get it. Joe in Fairfield is here. Hello, Joe. What's up?
Hey, Joe. Joe. Paul. Another great show.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, two quick things. First of all, please tell people to signal when they turn. When they switch, lately I've noticed nobody signals anymore. It drives me nuts.
I know, Joe. They think if they use it, well, I've said before on the show, there's no extra cost to use your turn signal. Nobody's going to charge you any money.
And then if you honk the horn at them, it's like a potential, WWA match or something.
Yeah.
Just like you said, they're so wired up.
Oh, my God. Jeez, yeah.
But the other point I wanted to make is these career politicians underestimated this guy, okay? He dealt with the Goombas in New York City, building, construction, building buildings. He's got buildings all over the world.
Yeah.
They totally underestimated this guy and just blow him back in their face. And I love our president.
You think
I love our country.
You think, Joe, he had a deal with a couple of guys in the cement business? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Well, he would have wound up in there.
All right, Joe, thanks. Appreciate it. I would. Wouldn't you love, to Joe's point, how great would it have been to be a fly on the wall when to be in Trump's office, like pre-president, like pre-2015? Wouldn't you love to have heard him and let's say somebody, who has, I don't know how to delicately put this, but, let's say has a significant stake in the cement business, wink, wink, in New York. Wouldn't it be great to hear those two go back and forth? You think there were some F-bombs flying there? Oh, my God. Dave in Branford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I have a question on a local issue. You had the legislator before the 4:30 news break, and he was promoting the property tax credit.
Yeah.
And I don't usually whine about things that only apply to me.
Okay.
But now that I'm old, in my mid-70s, my income is much lower than it used to be.
Okay.
And to get the property tax credit, you have to pay income tax. And there does not seem to be what is generally called a refundable tax credit. In other words, you can't get a bigger credit than your tax due.
Got it.
And I'm here to tell you that the people of lower income, and my property tax is creeping towards $10,000 a year.
Oh,
it's
my
almost
God.
$1,000 a month. It's actually about it used to be like twice $2,000, and then it was twice $2,500 when it got to the $5,000 a year. Wow. And now, including the cars, and I've got 4 cars, so I'm living a little fat in that regard.
Yeah.
But when your income is low enough that you're not paying much state income tax.
I see what you mean, yeah.
And your property tax is getting up near 10 G's, and you get no help at all.
Yeah.
And I heard the Republican legislator talking about they wanted to lift the high income limit. Because I know when we were high income, we didn't get to use the property tax then.
Exactly.
Because we made too much.
Yep.
And looks like I won't be able to use it now because I make too little. And I find that this is a flaw in the proposed legislation.
All right.
And nobody I called today, the governor's office, the legislators, knew if it was a refundable property tax credit. And they told me to call DRS to find out the truth. If you're proposing a law, you ought to know what it means.
I will, Dave, and thank you. I will scour the stories here to see if that's mentioned. I do have it up here on a couple of my tabs on my computer. So we shall see. Yeah, the low end versus the high end. And in case you're just joining us, Waterbury, Watertown State Rep Joe Paletta highlighted a Republican plan to basically triple the property tax deduction on your Connecticut taxes to a maximum of $1,000. So there you go. Fine with me. Thank God I live in Wallingford. Oh, my God. Come to Wallingford, folks. Keep my tax base high. keep my taxes down, and we have our own power grid. We have the lowest rates in the state. And if you think I'm saying that just because I'm worried about me, you're right. I'm not going to argue. Me comes first with me. Well, other than my son, but after my son, it's moi. Carol Ann in Trumbull. Carol Ann, what's up with you? Hi.
Hi.
You're on.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. I want to make sure I don't get feedback from my radio.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering what the emergency was that Trump was able to get in place permits and approval from Congress for the ballroom. There's a process, and every single process that we've had that's not necessarily a law seems to have broken or called some kind of an emergency. And I think that, can you hear me okay?
I can. You sound great.
Shoot.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, I'm so sorry about that. Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
No, that's right. I heard you the first time. No, you got about a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I have to turn you off my car.
Yeah, turn the radio.
I think really what is happening is that Trump is not reaching out to the other side. He is the leader of the free world, the leader of our country, and it is his responsibility to reach out to the people who are protesting against him. He had such a great opportunity to say, I hear you, and let's find some common ground. This is horrible. I don't want to see this in my country. But he didn't do that. He put himself in a plane and defecated on protesters' heads, and that is repulsive, and it's like a 15-year-old disturbed child. What is going on? And then I hear people say, I love my president. Do you realize how the rest of the world is looking at him? There is a UK professor that's tracking his movements because she's saying that this looks like risky behavior for authoritarianism. And when one democracy or democratic republic goes down, that's not good for everyone else who's left standing. So there's a lot going on. And he has enriched himself so much with the crypto coin and the favors and the annual cost to join Mar-a-Lago. It's like enrich. And that's why the left, we are upset that he's spending money. It's our house. And there's the type of architecture has great restraint. It's a beautiful, great architecture. And he's probably going to turn it into a Mar-a-Lago that's not even cohesive with what exists. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that. Like, we don't feel together as a nation, and he's going to celebrate in a 9,000 square foot ballroom. Let's get your house cleaned first, and then maybe think that way.
All right, Carol Ann, I do have to thank you for the call. It was a great call. Thank you. I do have to run. Traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is easier. Congestion delays there start as you come out of Norwalk. New Haven, 95 southbound side on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, plenty of company into the tunnel. And Route 8 north, you're jamming in Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound, same deal going through Danbury, heading towards the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Got Dan Har coming up. Hearst, Connecticut Media, straight ahead at about a quarter past the hour. Next hour. Carol Ann, thank you. I didn't mean to chop that toward the end, but we were coming up, of course, on traffic and weather together, and I am ruled by the clock here. Yeah, listen, as far as the way Trump conducts himself, he is who he is. And now, to me, two things are going to define, I don't want to say his legacy, but the thinking of the country. Number one is going to be the midterms next year, because that's kind of going to be a referendum on Trump. And looks like now the Democrats are in control for the midterms, and we'll see. Second thing is going to be 2028. And look, maybe to some people's chagrin, there's been a major shift in this country.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is meeting at the White House with NATO Secretary General, who has brought with him a European peace plan for Ukraine. Ahead of the meeting, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated President Trump is ready to ratchet up the pressure.
A substantial pickup in Russia's sanctions.
Those sanctions, we're just learning, will target Russia's energy sector. All of this just a day after President Trump said he wouldn't be meeting with Vladimir Putin. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
Trump said that he didn't want to have a waste of time, and Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov said that they didn't want to waste their time either, and he pushed back against Trump's call for an immediate freeze of fighting on the front lines. And it is this call for an immediate ceasefire. Lavrov said that this approach is basically the complete opposite of what Presidents Trump and Putin agreed upon in Anchorage.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. military has taken out another alleged drug boat, this time in the Central Pacific off Colombia. Military analyst Jeff McCausland says it's another encounter the Coast Guard was previously tasked with.
They found stopping them very useful because they said that was enormously advantageous from an intelligence standpoint, that we captured the vessel, perhaps there were cell phones, perhaps there was a laptop, perhaps we could interrogate those who are making the transfer, who are hardly high up in these cartels and are nothing more than sort of an Uber driver.
Opening statements began today in the trial of Sean Grayson, an Illinois sheriff's deputy on trial for shooting a black woman, Sonia Massey, who had called 911 for help. CBS's Charlie DeMar is covering.
Attorneys for the state told the jury they should find Grayson guilty of murder because he shot and killed Massey after she was the one who called 911 to report a prowler outside her home and that she posed no threat to Grayson. Body camera video shows Massey near a pot of boiling hot water. Attorneys representing Grayson argued that the former Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy feared for his life.
Loyalty programs have long been popular with airlines, and now a rideshare company is giving it a trial run, as Jason Brooks reports.
Lyft announced it's testing a new loyalty program called Lyft Cash Rewards, which offers riders up to 5% cash back on future rides if they sign up to auto-load their Lyft wallets. Uber also offers the option to preload funds for future rides, but it does not offer rewards or incentives like Lyft, which on top of the 5% off reward, Lyft says other program perks include relaxed cancellation fees and free upgrades.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrial's off 334 points, the Nasdaq off 213. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm. Reactions to the verdict, Norm.
Ouch. Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. There is an active murder investigation in Bridgeport in connection with the death of a 24-year-old woman. She was found unresponsive with severe injuries last night when officers responded around 9:30 to Black Rock Avenue for a report of an abandoned child on a porch. Police said Evelyn Rayo Marina was pronounced dead at St. Vincent's Medical Center. The child was taken to Bridgeport Hospital for evaluation. And Governor Ned Lamont is suggesting that East Hartford Democratic State Senator Saad Anwar apologize over the recent post of a picture on social media. The image posted by the Democratic senator shows him with a woman holding a sign reading "Cholesterol, do your job," with images of a burger, fries, and chicken nuggets. Lamont says the sign appearing to call for President Trump's death was offensive and inappropriate, and that he believes Anwar regrets the photo. The governor says many found the post offensive and that he personally would apologize. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is easier. Congestion delays there start as you come out of Norwalk. New Haven, 95 southbound side on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, plenty of company into the tunnel. And Route 8 north, you're jamming in Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound, same deal going through Danbury heading towards the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. Lance Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. You know, we talked to Carol Ann leading up to the break here regarding the White House thing, and I talked to a couple of people in the offices here at Connoisseur earlier. We were just, hey, what are you talking about on the show today? And I said, well, I'm going to bring up the White House renovations. And one person in the office here who was clearly, and we laugh about it, clearly not a Trump fan, said to me, they're just freaking out because they see the demolition. And I'm just watching a segment here while Chris's news is playing at the top of the hour. CNN, Jake Tapper talking to a historian. They're doing a rather interesting piece saying, hey, other presidents have done stuff here. And even the historian here, while she didn't side with Trump in any way, but saying, hey, listen, this is the way the guy does things, and it's an optic people don't like. Now, my feeling is, yeah, he doesn't care about regulations. And here's the bottom line. The next time there's a Democrat, this is just my feel. This is how I deal with the stuff pragmatically. The next time that we have a Democrat elected president, and it will happen, you know, the great pendulum of politics in America swings back and forth, left and right, extreme left, extreme right, whatever. Then the next time, don't use it. In fact, do the construction again. Tear it down. And I guess part of the reason the Trump people are pushing for this, and they've expanded the size of it. It was going to hold 700 people. Then it's 900 people. And I guess they're saying that, you know, for some big events, they don't want to have to seat people on a lawn under tents. So I don't know. It's going to be, so when you look at the White House, unless you expand, you zoom out, as we say, that's where the construction is, the east wing to the right of the White House. The original White House structure proper is if you look at it, is still there. So we'll see what happens. Hey, look, this is going to be one of those things that I'm sure people are going to have an opinion on come the election in 2028 and even in the midterms next year. It's funny, though, when they call it Trump's ballroom. Will it still be? Now, it's not going to be completed, too. They said January of 2029. I'm wondering if the inauguration in January of 2032, will they say, good evening, you're joining us live here from the Trump ballroom, or will it just be the magnificent White House ballroom? Oh, man. Juan in West Haven is here. Juan, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, Paul. How you doing?
Oh, Juan, some days I can't get my arms around I can't get my arms around it, Juan. What could I tell you?
No, I was just calling to rebut the young lady or the lady you just had before the break. And everything she says is Democrat talking points, right? About, well, Trump is doing this and Trump. Well, when Joe Biden was there for 4 years, did he ever reach out and said to the other side, hey, let's come together and do a Kumbaya song together? I don't remember that. Do you?
Let's just say it was contentious. I don't, no, I don't.
So her talking points is like, well, Trump is so divisive. And, well, you know what? Biden wasn't very compassionate in terms of look, he spied on these 8 senators, right? He tried to put Trump in jail and put him away. He couldn't do that either. But, I digress.
And
some of these people, they only have their view.
And listen, and Juan, I do have to go. Thank you. Listen, everybody has their view. It's okay. I don't want, one of my rules here. And Juan, thank you. Callers are allowed to have their views. And again, what I caution against, and Juan, this is not directed toward you, but anybody else. I always say, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, conservative or liberal, people's politics are largely set up by their own life experiences. So again, let's have a good exchange here. And listen, ultimately, you know what'll happen? The people will judge Donald Trump first in the midterms next year. And then, even though he's not going to run in 2028, the Trump agenda will likely be on the table again with J.D. Vance.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth. It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just about an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, some volume delays going through the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, same deal through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. The Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
Happy to welcome at this time every Wednesday, senior editor and columnist. Boy, those are some lofty titles. Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How might you be today?
Not guilty.
Yes, I knew you'd have something to say about Mr. Diamantis, who, unlike you, Dan, was found guilty. 21 counts. Doesn't look good for him going, I guess, to prison now, depending on what the judge said. Big sigh of relief in the governor's office, you think, on this one?
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway point is that, look, this is a upper level or upper mid-level, I guess you'd say, state official who was engaged in bribery and related offenses, which is bad. You know, you don't want to see that. That's bad. Mm-hmm. And he'll get what he gets. And, of course, as you know, there's another trial. So this isn't over yet. The trial on the other stuff having to do with dropping the Medicaid charge, I think that's coming up next year, right? Mm-hmm. And he still has to have that trial, right? You know, this doesn't abrogate that. But so far, the Lamont administration and the governor himself can breathe a sigh of relief, because there was fear in, I would say not necessarily heavily warranted fear, but there was some concern that some things would come out that made the governor not look good. The governor would say that he never had, and he did say to me and others, that he never had anything to worry about because there was nothing that was going to come out, because he fired Diamantis in October of 21, the minute he found out about this. And while that may be true, you never know what's going to come out in a trial in which Costa Diamantis was very, very closely linked with arguably the single most powerful person, or one of the top three powerful people in the Lamont administration, as in any administration, the budget chief. And so, and she was not implicated in this trial either.
McCall.
And so, a sigh of relief all around that it wasn't viewed or presented by prosecutors and by Diamantis himself as a broad, sort of metastasized malignancy, and it was just kept to him.
Will this, though, Dan, is there enough of that to prevent the Republicans, you think, from rolling out the corrupted narrative on this, or will they try and do that, you think, anyway in an election year next year?
Well, they'll try, and they can make the case to voters, but it's, had this gone the other way and had either the prosecutors brought things out or the defense brought things out, it would have been a lot easier for the Republicans. Right now, they have to make the sort of usual, and I mean usual on both sides, the usual sort of, guilt by implication thing. That semaphore stuff having to do with the company that did COVID testing that the governor's wife, Annie Lamont, was invested in.
Yeah.
It's things like that. And they can say what they want. That it doesn't really necessarily add up to a pattern of corruption unless you have an actual pattern of corruption that comes to his door. This was, let's say, on the yard, but not the door.
Okay.
And that's a relief to the governor.
Long as it's not in the house. Dan Haar is with us, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, featuring, following up on the governor, he made it not so terribly unclear. He's very clear about that he wasn't happy with that, that sign that Senator Saud Anwar took a picture behind, kind of implicating that the president should maybe have a cessation of life, we should say, due to cholesterol at the No Kings March. The governor's saying, hey, he didn't like it. He thinks Dr. Anwar should apologize. Doesn't seem to be any indication that he will.
No, I think it's blowing over. And some people are happy that it's blowing over. And there's a lot of the reason I wrote the column that I wrote, in which I did call for Dr. Anwar, Senator Anwar, to apologize. It was sort of a half-hearted call for a half-hearted apology, right? Because what the Republicans are doing is a whole lot worse. But the Republicans are not a medical doctor referring to, as if you have three listeners who haven't heard it already, cholesterol, do your job.
Yeah.
Right, and with a picture of a cheeseburger, and it didn't have to say Donald Trump. It didn't have to have a picture of Donald Trump, and it didn't have one. But so, a medical doctor should probably, and again, it's not just that he posed with the picture, it's that he chose to highlight that picture among all pictures. Yeah. A legislator today said to me, another legislator who has nothing to do with that incident, said to me, well, listen, we are asked by constituents to pose all the time with them with signs that we don't even get a chance to read. And I said, I understand that, but you then don't highlight those signs on your Facebook page. But listen, it must be said, and I credit my friend and fellow columnist, Colin McEnroe, who pointed out on Facebook yesterday that I should have said in the column that only weeks earlier, Senator Saud Anwar wrote an op-ed calling for the governor to not run for re-election because he's unqualified. And by unqualified, he obviously doesn't mean professionally unqualified. He was talking about the governor's unwillingness to tax rich people and do certain other things that the progressive wing of the party wants to see. So I was negligent in not pointing out in that column that the political I'm not accusing Lamont. Lamont has the same opinion I do.
Yeah.
And Dr. Saud Anwar has never done anything but be the greatest guy in the world. To me, I can tell you, he's extremely patient. And I should say also that far from being belligerent with Republican opponents, he is absolutely nothing but calm, steadfast, patient, and giving of his time. I've seen it over and over at the Capitol. So it seemed out of character to me, but nonetheless, it is what it is, as another former governor who went to jail said.
And let's wind up this week's chapter of the Dan Harr Show. Netflix, you can rent it, whatever. One of your favorite topics, Pura. We now have Are
we charging for this?
We now have a full starting lineup, Dan Harr. Get a scorecard coming from Pura. Is this going to make a hill of beans difference or not? Or maybe will we get along a little better with Eversource and Avangrid and UI?
Yes, this lineup of 5 Pura commissioners is very, very, very well balanced in the sense that you have one Democratic former legislator, one Republican former legislator, one investor in the power industry, one professor of policy in the power industry, and one lawyer active in the power industry right now in Connecticut.
There you go.
That is an all-star cast, and you can see why the governor couldn't reappoint the one he appointed. And so they're going to do a great deal of healing and a great deal of mediating with Eversource and UI, and it's going to be a much more kumbaya situation. But no, it's not going to lead to lower rates or higher rates. It's going to lead to a rational energy policy in which we pay the rates that we need to pay in order to sustain and cover the infrastructure that we need to have.
And that is a rational way to look at it. Excellent. Dan Harr, Hearst Connecticut Media Senior Editor and Columnist. Dan, thank you as always. Have a great rest of the week, and we'll chat next week. Thank you, sir.
Great to be here.
All right, thanks. Dan Harr, Hearst Connecticut Media. Yeah, now we finally have some new adults running Pura, and this time maybe they can get along with Avangrid and the senior, the parent company there, Avangrid of UI, and Eversource. Acting like adults. What a concept. What a concept.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just about an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Over across north and southbound, some volume delays going through the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, same deal through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the administration could unveil fresh sanctions against Russia today. President Trump is meeting with NATO Secretary General on a European plan to end the war in Ukraine. Here's Linda Kenyon.
Mark Rutte is promoting NATO's support for Ukraine and a 12-point peace plan to end the war. The plan calls for a ceasefire based on current battle lines, the return of Ukrainian children, and an exchange of Ukrainian and Russian prisoners. Rutte's visit to the White House follows last week's visit by Ukrainian President Zelensky. The Ukrainian leader asked for the U.S. to provide long-range Tomahawk missiles, but came away empty-handed.
There is another measles outbreak in the Southwest. Dr. William Schaffner of Vanderbilt.
1 in 8 of these children are being hospitalized. Who wants to have their children hospitalized? This is a completely preventable infection.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The jury in the federal corruption trial of former state official Costa Diamantis has found him guilty of all 21 charges of bribery, extortion, and making false statements. Jurors deliberated for a full day yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court and were not able to reach a verdict. However, they resumed deliberating this morning and reached the verdict just before 11 a.m. WTNH-TV News 8's Mike Cerulli approached Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, after the verdict was reached for comment.
Norm, reactions to the verdict, Norm.
Ouch. Diamantis was accused of extortion and bribery of contractors in his administration of the school construction grant program of Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. The 67-year-old man accused of stabbing a woman to death this week in Stratford has a prior history of violence. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto detailed Stanley Mulvey's history on Tuesday's Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
He's been arrested in other parts of the state as well as Stratford for a variety of incidents, including domestic violence, including assault on police officers. He's had quite a history of arrests.
Prosecutors say Mulvey killed 62-year-old Megan McShane in a home on Griffin Street Monday night. Mulvey was convicted earlier this year of charges related to a domestic violence incident involving McShane. He was also accused of lunging at police in Norwalk with knives in 2010. Mulvey is being held on $1 million bond. Early voting is now underway in cities and towns across Connecticut. State law requires each town to maintain an early voting polling place in the days before Election Day. In Stamford, officials reported over 100 people in the first several hours of early voting on Monday. Polling locations in each city and town can be found on the Secretary of the State's website. The bankrupt owner of 3 Connecticut hospitals owes the state $127 million in back taxes. Prospect Medical Holdings reportedly owes hospital provider taxes on Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals going back 3 years. The most recent filing in the bankruptcy case makes no mention of the current fiscal year's taxes, meaning the amount owed could be much higher. The state appears ready to forgive some of the tax debt to help transition the hospitals to new owners. The state has approved 15 of the 19 traffic enforcement cameras proposed by the city of New Haven. 11 of the 15 approved cameras will be at red lights, and 4 will be speed enforcement cameras. The red light cameras will be installed at intersections where vehicles frequently run the lights and cause crashes. The speed enforcement cameras will be on Fountain Street, Sherman Parkway, Townsend Avenue, and Route 80. Legislative leaders are proposing that the property tax credit be increased to $1,000.
So we believe that we should be focusing on providing this relief
which has been long overdue.
The current property tax credit residents can claim on their returns is $300. The plan would also increase the income limits for taxpayers to receive the full credit, making 800,000 more residents eligible. House Republican leader Vin Candelora and other leaders say property owners in many towns are seeing huge tax increases because of soaring property values, and this should help ease the pain.
Revaluation since COVID has caused a crisis for homeowners. Tax bills are reaching a level of mortgage payments, and we are seeing school-aged mom and dads actually going out and voting to reject budgets that are hurting our education funds because people can't afford to pay these taxes any longer.
It would be funded with $500 million surplus dollars. Ground was broken today on a new hotel in Bridgeport. A ceremony was held today to mark the beginning of construction on the Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. The 6-story hotel will feature over 140 rooms and views of Steel Point Marina, offering direct access to I-95, Metro North, and Amtrak. Governor Ned Lamont joined Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and other public officials at the groundbreaking earlier today along East Main Street. And Avelo Airlines is buying 50 new airplanes as it plans to expand service at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport and in other cities. Avelo is spending over $4 billion to purchase 50 Embraer E195-E2 aircraft, with the first jets expected to arrive in early 2027. The Brazilian jet maker uses Connecticut-made Pratt & Whitney engines to power this model of airplane. The E195-E2 is considered to be one of the quietest and fuel-efficient commercial planes that are available. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 northbound accident reported exit 46 before the West Rock Tunnel has things backed up to Route 34. 825 connector southbound accident reported at the 95 merge in Lower Fairfield County on 95 north. At least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones for the rest of this year's show. That means you've got another 23 minutes and 3 seconds of me. Then at 6 o'clock, hey, your day goes downhill. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Bob and Trumbull is here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you today?
Oh, living the nightmare, Reverend.
Oh,
Paul.
come on. It's not a continuous nightmare. It's good to be alive.
Well, yeah, okay, but it gets dark soon. So
Okay, yeah.
gotta practice for later.
Yeah.
But first, the property tax.
Yes, sir.
The $1,000 credit.
Yeah.
It should be refundable.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is it should be limited to real estate.
Okay.
And if you have dependents on your tax return, which means you have kids in school, you shouldn't get it. Because if you look at your tax bill, 70% goes to the education.
Schools. Yep.
So if you have kids in schools, you want to play, you should pay, is the old saying.
Yeah.
And then,
Bob, you should run for the State House.
well, now you got the corruption thing.
Yeah, why do people do this?
This is corrupticate.
Yeah,
I think it's required to take graft.
It's a requirement.
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
To be in the Ku Klux Klan, you had to be a Democrat.
Yeah, no, but that was a long time ago. Long time ago. I get history-wise, you are correct, sir. Yes.
Yes.
So you're saying that to qualify for a high-placed job in the beautiful Constitution state, you've got to take a little bit of corruption.
Here in corrupticate, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, because that makes you
gets you in the system.
Eligible to be a Democrat.
Gets you in this. All right. And finally, what else?
You got to save the bears.
Yes.
deport the illegals
Yes.
so you can, open
And-
up some. And you got to fly a Velo airline out of Tweed, New Havens, which will angry the liberals.
All right. Bob, thank you. Appreciate it. And by the way, has anybody done a wellness check? Has anybody talked to our Attorney General, Mr. Tong? The Honorable Attorney General William Tong. Did you just hear the story that Chris had? Of Velo expanding operations in Connecticut. Oh, my God, the Attorney General. He's probably banging out the lawsuits right now and the reason I mention this, if you've listened to this show or others, William Tong is one of the blue state attorneys general who are mad that Avelo Airlines has a deportation contract with the federal government, with Homeland Security. Mr. Tong demanded to see documents from Avelo's boss. So here you have a state attorney general saying that, well, because we give them fuel tax subsidies here in the state, he demanded to see the agreements from between the federal government and Avelo. He wanted to know, if these people are being deported, are they being held down in chains, whatever. So apparently the fear from Avelo was so high of dealing with Mr. Tong that they've said, no, we're actually going to expand operations in Connecticut.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day. And this year, we're saying thank you, therapists. Because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound. Accident reported exit 46 before the West Rock Tunnel has things backed up to Route 34. 825 connector southbound. Accident reported at the 95 merge in Lower Fairfield County on 95 north. At least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. The Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So I did a little checking here, a little checkarooski on the break regarding these Avelo planes. And Avelo is, because again, there's this whole dynamic with William Tong, our Attorney General, trying to put the legal squeeze on Avelo, maybe getting the General Assembly to not give Avelo the jet fuel subsidies, if that was self-renewing thing. Avello is alluding to having some of those planes in New Haven, but an airline consultant asked, why would they do that? A little more detail here of Avello, and I bring this up because I know a lot of people in Fairfield County, wink, wink, hint, hint, and in New Haven County fly Avello. Man, these people that live near the airport, Townsend Avenue, Fort Hale Road, more jets coming in. Avello is adding to its fleet of aircraft with an eye toward expanding service at smaller airports like Tweed, New Haven. Delivery of the first 50 Embraer E195-E2 aircraft that are part of Avello's $4.4 billion order is expected in the first half of 2027, so this is still a year and a half away. The airline's order of the new planes also includes the right to purchase 50 more aircraft. I thought Avello was having problems, which is why they said they took the ICE contract, but hey, maybe they're doing better. Maybe flying them undocumenteds home is the thing that, I don't know. Oh, relax. That's a joke. The founder and CEO of Avello, Andrew Levy, saying the aircraft's exceptional performance, size, and efficiency make it the perfect choice for the future growth of our network, blah, blah, blah. I've flown on Embraer aircraft. They're nice. They're not exceptionally loud. They're comfortable. It's cool. Now, now this is where it gets a little interesting here. Avello spokeswoman Courtney Goff said the airline has not, quote, officially allocated where the new aircraft will be based, but New Haven will definitely see the new planes in use, and it will allow us to expand on our current service and add more routes as the new aircraft are delivered. So you have an Avello spokesperson here saying, well, yeah, we're going to use him in and out of New Haven. But a Colorado-based airline consultant said the Connecticut residents' opposition to the Avello contract with ICE make it unlikely that the airline will use more of its planes at Tweed or Bradley. Matthew Boyd, the head of the Colorado-based airline consultant Boyd Group International, saying, quote, I would question why you would want to bother with Connecticut when people are trying to put you out of business. There's so many other opportunities out there for them to take advantage of the new planes. Now, Mr. Boyd, with all due respect, he doesn't understand that the out of business thing is basically, and I hate to put it this way, it's our attorney general, and it's largely a lot of New Haven progressives. Like, if you polled Connecticut, they love Avello. I know so many people that fly, and they love it. And by the way, this story by my old college buddy, Luther Termel, Hearst Connecticut Media, and the Connecticut Insider. So, yeah, you see, Connecticut has a reputation nationwide of being just chock full of lefties. Not everybody in the state's progressive. It's about 55 to 45, 58 to 42. Avello serves more than 30 destinations from Tweed. The airline also serves 3 international destinations from Bradley and Windsor Locks, Cancun, Mexico, Montego Bay, Jamaica, and Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. Jack in Stamford is here. Jack, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. What's up?
We'll have to look into that airline and everything. Maybe take a position in it. We'll see. You know? Yeah. Just to give Tong a bit of grief. Yeah. But going back, hey, I heard there's a construction manager that's looking for a job. He's a pardon for a job.
He ain't getting. I don't think he's getting a pardon from anybody. That ain't gonna happen. No.
Okay, maybe he's an expert on something. But it's interesting that the King Trump, he's an old developer and stuff. He'll be out there every day monitoring this progress. This thing will be done by Christmas.
No, they're saying the ballroom. No, they're saying January of 2029.
Yeah, he'll push for it. He did that his fame came from doing that ice skating rink.
Yeah, Woolman Rink.
Nobody
Yeah.
could deliver.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what. We always kind of heard of him and stuff, but that's the thing there. But yeah, boy, everything about poor King Trump. I mean, the guy, just trying to put a little addition on his house. So maybe we'll have to redo the property taxes on it now.
The property taxes on a 900-person ballroom. Yeah, right.
we got to. If that was Connecticut, they'd be hitting them up for it.
Yeah,
I like that. I like what that guy said about, hey, if you got kids in school, you're paying full freight. That stuff. But
yeah. So what do you think about this idea from the Republicans? They want to triple the property tax deduction to $1,000. What does Jack say?
They got to make it all they want, but they would have to see where it phases out.
Okay.
Because people with over $100,000, single and everything, they're not getting much of a property tax break and stuff. Even though, and it was horrible. It was down $300. But of course, the other side, they've already got their hooks on it. They want to spend it and not give anybody that's paying a few dollars in tax a bit of a break, etc. Yeah. It's kind of tough. But we'll see. It's a nice idea. But I heard this morning Lamont's not interested in it. So I
didn't. Well, of course, why would any Democrat going into an election year, and Jack, thank you for the call, appreciate it. And to Jack's point, I didn't see any reaction from Lamont, but to Jack's point, why would going into an election year when the governor is facing pressure from the left in guys like Martin Looney, guys like Josh Elliott, who say he's too conservative? I mean, listen, I know Lamont's popular, but if he were to come out and say, yeah, that Republican plan for taxes, I like that. Oh, man, are you serious? The left side of his party would go ballistic. Because, the Saud Anwars of the world, if he's stop standing behind placards hoping for Trump's death, the left side of that party will go nuts. I mean, Martin Looney in New Haven, he still wants to do the additional, the surtax on millionaires down in Jack's end of the woods there in Stamford. Yeah, I wouldn't, look, now, I think Governor Lamont, with all due respect, I think he probably knows that from a dollar and cents point of view, this kind of makes sense. Anytime you can give people a little bit of relief, especially from property taxes, it's probably a good thing, but, he ain't going to do that. I'd be shocked if he ain't going to do that. And listen, I think the Republicans know this too, but again, you get an early jump on the campaign. Remember, the governor still hasn't. Look, most people think there's probably a 90% probability he's running again, but he hasn't said it yet. The only declared candidate for next year is our friend Ryan Fazio, Republican State Senate member from Greenwich. Again, remember, Erin Stewart's got a boatload of money. She's getting close to qualifying for the $15 to $16 million. She is still technically in the exploratory stage or the fundraising stage. So we'll see. I don't know. Did Josh Elliott say he's running? He may have. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I mean, look, for Lamont, if Lamont is challenged for the nomination and he doesn't get it, that might be the greatest single, oh my God, in Connecticut political history. A couple of more things to wrap it up here. We have, there was a Q poll today, a Quinnipiac University poll. All right. What do we have here? 22 days into the government shutdown. New Quinnipiac poll here. 22 days in, so we're now in week 3, technically, of the shutdown. 45% of registered voters think Republicans are more responsible. 39% think Democrats are more responsible. 11% think both parties are equally responsible. That's interesting. That you've only got 45% saying it's completely on the GOP. Now, among independents, 48% think Republicans in Congress are more responsible. 32% think Democrats are. 14% say both. I don't know. Do they understand what's going on? Do they understand that the Republicans in the White House are saying, just sign a clean extension of this? And the Republicans are and the Democrats are refusing because they want an extension of these tax subsidies for Obamacare, which should be a separate issue. But again, I'm sure listen, Schumer is getting a push from the left. But if the Dems really cared about reopening the government and they still want to go to the mat on the Obamacare subsidies, just sign the continuing resolution. Well, we're worried that the White House isn't going to be trustworthy on saying we'll do the right. Well, then you take him to the mat. You don't battle Trump or you don't battle the Republicans in the scenario that's going to cost people paychecks. Sign the continuing resolution, get people back to work. It'll run till the end of November, the beginning of December. And then in the meantime, say, okay, folks, now we're going to battle about Obamacare. You get rid of the chafe. You can do the battle on the subsidies on a clean, dry court. More numbers here from the Quinnipiac poll. 47% of voters approve of how President Trump is handling the Israel-Hamas conflict. 41% disapprove. 11 have no opinion. Big change from the Q poll in September when 31% of voters approved of Mr. Trump. 56% disapproved. 13% no opinion. All right, we'll see. See what happens here. By the way, you notice the from the river to the sea crowd, they're suddenly really silent. Really. They were awfully quiet when Hamas was basically shooting people last weekend and the weekend before. Not Israelis, just shooting people in Gaza. So it's odd, isn't it? How the free Palestine crowd, when the gunshots aren't fired at Israel anymore, they go silent. Isn't that amazing? Geez, I wonder why.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 northbound accident reported exit 46 before the West Rock Tunnel has things backed up to Route 34. 825 connector southbound accident reported at the 95 merge in Lower Fairfield County on 95 north. At least an hour Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high again near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The Voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And by the way, I should mention, just for a proper perspective, that Quinnipiac poll was done with registered voters. Now, remember, what do I tell you? What does Paulie tell you when evaluating polls? If a poll is just Americans, that's I'm not saying it's an invalid poll, but that's the least accurate of how it would reflect or affect, we should say, an election. Registered voters is not bad. That's better than Americans or Americans. Registered voters isn't bad. Of course, the best thing you would like is likely voters, but no polling outfit, Quinnipiac or otherwise, is going to start doing likely voter screens probably until the first quarter of next year, whether it be Connecticut with the governor's race or nationally or anything. All right, listen, great calls today, folks. Thank you. Great texts as well. News top of the hour, Chris Williams, thank you. Andrew Krause on traffic, Paul Pioric on the forecast. A marvelous job, all of you. Sleep tight, enjoy Red Eye Radio overnight. Melissa tomorrow morning starting at 5.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration is ratcheting up the pressure on Moscow as President Trump met at the White House with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
He wants to end the bloodshed. He wants to end the killing. And he knows how important it is. And this is a big deal for him, for all of us. So his leadership here is crucial.
Aaron Navarro on the administration's new economic pressure.
The Treasury Department announced direct sanctions on Russia's largest oil companies. They said that this was due to, quote, a lack of serious commitment to a peace process to end the war in Ukraine. This comes the same week that we saw that potential Budapest summit between President Trump and Russian President Putin seem to fall apart.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the military's taken out another alleged drug boat, this time in the Central Pacific off Colombia. President Trump just moments ago.
I wouldn't want to be in one of those boats heading away. You know, they're driving happily to destroy the lives of people, and that's the end of them.
Congressman Adam Smith is among the lawmakers demanding more answers about these attacks. There have been at least 8 now.
We can't have the United States military using lethal force, killing dozens of people, and not even be clear why or what it is that it's supposed to accomplish. That is bad policy, and also it is arguably illegal and against the U.S. Constitution.
CBS News has learned the Dominican Republic has granted permission to the U.S. military to use airports there for operations relating to the counter-narcotics flights. A federal judge has indefinitely extended a block on a National Guard deployment in Chicago. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
It looks like we're going to have a pause in Chicago on using the National Guard. That doesn't mean that there will be a pause on ICE actions in Chicago.
The Trump administration plans to deploy a team of Border Patrol agents to San Francisco as part of the escalating crackdown on illegal immigration. Matt Bigler reports some jurisdictions in California are moving to establish no ICE zones.
Leaders in San Jose and Santa Clara County have voted to create local ordinances that would make city and county property off limits to federal immigration officers. Councilmember Peter Ortiz.
We cannot wait until federal agents show up in our neighborhoods to finally decide that we should have protected our community spaces.
It's unclear how these no ICE zones would be enforced. In a statement, a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said DHS enforces federal immigration law without fear, favor, or prejudice.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrials off 334 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax